Testing, one, two, three. just cut.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We have a full house. If you can find a seat, I'd invite you to take it. S'il vous plaît, notez que l'interprétation simultanée est prévue lors de la réunion d'aujourd'hui du Comité des services communautaires et de protection. Les unités et les écritures sont disponibles à la porte. So please note that simultaneous interpretation is being provided at today's meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Units and headsets are available at the door. So with that, good morning, everyone. And we'll just go through the consent agenda first, starting with declarations of interest. Councillor Shkreli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm declaring a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the 2015 Draft Community and Protective Services Committee Operating and Capital Budget, Community and Social Services, Housing Services, Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, Emergency Shelter Solution, and National Homeless Initiative on page 69, as my daughter has a part-time job with Shepherds of Good Hope, an organization that will receive funding from these two budget line items.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Confirmation of minutes 36 from September 18th, 2014. Carried?
Carried.
Communications as listed on the agenda. We're going to go through the consent agenda first, starting with item 1. Referral from Council, Community and Protective Services Committee meeting schedule. There is a presentation. There's also a public delegation, so we'll hold that item and return to it. Item number 2, Community and Protective Services Committee terms of reference. Carried. Item number 3, status update, Community and Protective Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending the 12th of February 2015. Received?
Wasn't there a motion on the item 2 for advisory committees, or is that going to come?
That's coming later. Item number 4, appointment to the Arts, Culture, Heritage, and Recreation Advisory Committee. Carried. Item number 5, commemorative naming the Ron Reset Arena. Carried. Item number 6, appointments, Accessibility Advisory Committee. Carried. And Councillor Brockington, you have a motion I'd ask you to introduce at this time.
Would you like me to read the whole thing, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. Whereas at its meeting of the 12th of September 2012, Council approved a report titled Advisory Committee Renewal to support Council's term of Council priorities, ASS 2012-CMR-CCB-00032, which recommended that the membership of all advisory committees include one or more members of Council to serve as liaison between the respective advisory committees and the parent standing committees. And whereas the report further recommended that the liaison member would ideally be the standing committee's vice chair and would be appointed to that standing committee. And whereas the role of the councillor liaison members, as stated in the above referenced report, is to provide a conduit for citizen feedback to the parent standing committee, while also conveying council strategic priorities to the advisory committee. And whereas, for various practical reasons, it is not always possible for the Standing Committee Vice Chair to serve as the liaison member to the advisory committees reporting to their parent Standing Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee appoint the following members to serve as its liaison members for the 2014 through 2018 term of Council, subject to any changes that may be recommended through the midterm governance review. One is that Councillor Shad Kadri be appointed to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and Councillor Matthew Fleury be appointed to the Arts, Culture, Heritage, and Recreation Advisory Committee, and that Councillor Riley Brockington, as Vice Chair of CPS Committee, be appointed ex officio to both advisory committees.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. We need to waive the rules in order to put this on at that time. So carried on waiver and carried on the motion. Thank you. So item number 7, 2015 draft operating and capital budget, tax and rate supported. There are 19 public delegations, so we're going to hold that item. And I imagine there's a few questions from the committee as well. Then item number 8, Community and Social Services Department implementation of the public engagement strategy. Carried? Carried on that. So now we'll return to the beginning. I do have just some brief opening remarks before we go to item number 1. I want to welcome everyone to the first meeting of Community and Protective Services Committee in this term of council. I'm looking forward to working with Vice Chair Brockington and our fellow councillors on emerging issues and exciting projects that will shape our city's future. As many of you are aware, I have chaired this important committee in the past, and so I am especially pleased to be assuming this chair again today. The Community and Protective Services Committee has oversight of approximately a third of the city's overall budget, or $1.15 billion. We provide an important role in ensuring the health, well-being, and safety of our city and our citizens. In the term ahead, we will be tasked with reviewing a variety of issues, and I want to take a moment to talk about what I see as some of the key areas over the next 4 years. As a committee, we will be undertaking a review of our city's bylaws, a task which has not been completed in over a decade and one that I know needs our attention. We will continue to address issues of housing and homelessness, and I'm hopeful that we might turn our sights to how we can lift up our communities that are most in need. This initiative is also in line with the plan to develop a gang exit strategy this year in partnership with Crime Prevention Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service. We will also complete a thorough review of our taxi bylaw and consider emerging issues in the taxi and rideshare industry. The modernization of our child care system will also be a large part of our work plan, as well as addressing social service issues, including the immediate concerns related to the implementation of the provincial technology program known as SAMS. Also, we will be undertaking a review of the many emerging parks and recreation issues, including our allocation policy and sports strategy. It is clear that this committee will have a lot of heavy lifting to do over the next 4 years. The issues, only some of which I have highlighted today, will be as challenging as they are complex. I look forward to taking on this work as this committee endeavors to continue to make Ottawa a safe and healthy place for our residents to live, work, and play. So now let's turn to our agenda, to item number 1, and Ms. Donnelly, I think you have an opening presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I think nearly all of you have heard the opening bits of the presentation at the other committees this week, so I think I'll skip to slide 5, which talks a little bit about Community and Protective Services Committee. And again, the point of reducing the regular meeting schedule to align with regular workload is actually to accommodate areas where you'll have long meetings due to specific public interest. And this committee, like Transit and Environment, will have those times when there will be significant number of public delegations coming forward, and members of council in the past have certainly expressed their desire that those meetings not be crowded with other important but perhaps less significant public interest items to divide their focus. Community and Protective Services Committee is interesting because they have 3 very busy departments reporting up through them, but 2 of the 3 are highly regulated and provincially funded, so there is something of a specialized expertise but also a limited flexibility in terms of decisions, and a number of the reports relate to provincial requirements. A review of the 2011 to 2014 council shows that the highest number of meeting hours in a year was in 2012, which was 24 meeting hours over the course of a year. 2011 had 19 and almost 20 hours. 2013 had only 16 hours, and 2014 had 7 hours, meeting hours for the whole year. Go ahead. We've done the cost, so they've all seen that. So if you have a look even then at how many meetings were more than 2 hours, very, very few in most years, except where there is, so the taxi bylaw, the noise bylaw were big ones, the vacant buildings were large, significant ones. Those are the topics we would consider to be ideal for a special meeting, where that is the only item on the agenda going forward. ahead. As indicated, this committee receives a significant number of information reports coming forward. That is largely due to the highly regulated provincial requirements. You're going to receive a lot of these information reports. Go ahead. And in terms of action items, you see a large number of standalone action items. Now, I will make the point, though, that if you look at that large number of action items, 33 of those over the course of last term were commemorative naming reports, only 2 of which were held for public delegations. So there is a fair degree of routine standard approvals that this committee is assigned to address. Go ahead. Again, very few public delegations for information items, but when you go to action items, go ahead. You do have a significant number of public delegations that attend this committee, and the rationale for recommending aligning the routine reports with 8 meetings a year is to allow for those items where there is significant public focus to have a single focus meeting. Go ahead. Again, just a reminder to members of council who haven't been here forever that scheduling special meetings or changes to the meeting schedule can be very challenging. We also have IT subcommittee and audit committee, which are at the call of the chair. They don't have a regular schedule, and they'll need to be situated. So we try to have major committee meetings on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and aligning regular work will free up Wednesdays and Thursdays to schedule special meetings. And this can be reviewed at midterm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donnelly. I have had the opportunity as the chair of this committee to discuss with Mr. Kanalakis, Deputy City Manager, the workload and the work plan for 2015 for this committee, and between the two of us in consultation, it's our view that we should keep this committee at 10 meetings. So Councillor Brockington has that motion. I'm going to ask you, Councillor, to read the motion into the record, and then there is a public delegation. We'll hear from the public delegation before we have any deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put on the floor the following motion. Whereas the 2014-2018 Council Governance Review recommended that the Community and Protective Services Committee meet 8 times a year, retaining the ability to hold special meetings. And whereas the Community and Protective Services Committee received presentations from staff and from public delegations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee improve meeting 10 times a year, retaining the ability to hold special meetings. And further be it resolved that the Community and Protective Services Committee meeting schedule be reviewed during the midterm governance review.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'd like to call the public delegation, which I'd like to invite the City for All Women Initiative, Jacqueline and Khadija Khan Potter, and Jacqueline, I'm going to ruin your last name, Nunu Kwandi. Good morning, ladies. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
Members of the Committee and Protective Services Committee, thank you for hearing our concerns here today. We represent the City of All Women Initiative. My name is Khadija Khan Potter, and I'm accompanied by Jacqueline Mukwende. We are here to express our concerns about the proposal to reduce the number of regularly scheduled committee meetings to 8 a year. We speak from our experiences as an individual and as an organization that support women from diverse communities to bring our views forward. Speaking at committee can be intimidating, and it is especially challenging for women who may be speaking a second language and is uncertain that her views will be considered. It is not only a courageous act to come here to speak, but often creative juggle of family, community, and work commitment. So many times we have sat here with women who are watching our watches and while talking, deep breath to get ready to speak. What makes this even more challenging is when we enter the room full of people presenting deputations on a number of agenda items. Then often, with no clear explanation to the public, the order of the agenda switches, resulting in a possible 2 or 3 or even 4 hours wait. At the times, women have to leave before presenting, after having worked so hard to prepare and wanting so much to bring forward her views. We don't know why the switching of the agenda order happened, but for women waiting to present, it can feel as though her views doesn't really matter. We fear the fewer meetings will only exacerbate this already existing challenge. From the community's perspective, it seems it is better to have more meetings with shorter agendas. In fact, we would like to put forth 2 other proposals to address this challenge. First, items with delegation presenting would be given first priority on the agenda. And second, the reason for changes to the order of the agenda would be made public at the beginning of the meeting. I hand it over to Jacqueline.
Today's meeting is an example of our concern, where there are many items on which the public would like to be heard. I would like to have been able to speak to the last item on the public engagement strategy. However, we were already busy with preparing a deputation on this item and on the city budget. Given the important work of this committee and the vital role that is played by giving citizens an opportunity to give direct input to council, we are surprised that there would not be enough business to warrant monthly meetings. We believe it is better to cancel a scheduled meeting than to schedule a special meeting as proposed. It is already very challenging for the public to provide meaningful input when agendas and reports are already posted the Friday before the meeting. It is a rush to review staff reports, check the facts, consult the community, maybe speak to council or staff person, and support a woman to speak. This, we know, is the experience of so many residents and organizations interested in engaging the city council. At least, when meetings are regularly scheduled, we know when to watch for it. This council and the one before has reduced the number of citizen advisory committees based on an assessment that there can be more effective citizen engagement through staff, organized consultations, and the civic engagement strategy to be presented later today shows very well how this can be done. However, we now have fewer opportunities for citizens to give direct input to council. Standing committees are key places for this to happen. Indeed, we welcome more opportunities for meaningful input rather than less. As you move into the setting of priorities for this term of council, we would encourage you to hold community consultations that are participatory and encourage a diversity of voices, similar to the budget consultations sponsored by the Urban Core Councillors and facilitated by Citizens Academy. We welcome the opportunity to work with you and thank you for considering how to best hear from citizens. Thank you.
And thank you both for your presentation. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I just want to be clear that the recommendation before this committee now is to have 10 meetings, not to reduce to 8, just to be clear. So thank you both for being here this morning. So now we'll turn to any questions or comments from the committee members on the recommendation that Councillor Brockington is putting forward. Councillor McKinney.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say thank you for coming out. It is difficult. I know about 6 months ago when I had taken my leave of absence and was running for council. I came and I presented, and I was shocked at how nervous I was to get up and to speak to council. So I do commend you for that, and thank you for that. It is important, I think especially in this committee, that we hear from the public. We've eliminated an advisory committee that used to feed into this committee, and it's where we need to hear from the public. We need to know what's going on. We're not always out there. When we do go out to any kind of public meeting, it is always surprising to recognize, just the strength of our communities and what they bring to our decision making. So I also, although I'm not on this committee, I do support having 10 committee meetings at the Community and Protective Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Anyone else? Seeing none. On the motion, carried. Thank you. And thank you for being here. So moving then to our next held item, which is the 2015 draft operating and capital budget, tax and rate supported, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Kanalakis.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to, I'm just going to be joined by the General Manager, so just wait for a minute for them to come up and get set up. Chair, I'm joined by, starting from my immediate left, Sue Jones, General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services, Dan Chenier, General Manager of Parks, Recreation and Culture, and Aaron Burry, General Manager of Community and Social Services, and Lisa is on the end that's going to be controlling the slide deck, hopefully. Thank you today for allowing us to do this and give you some background on the budget. This is, as the Chair said, this represents just over a third of the city operating budget, so it's a big responsibility for this committee, and these are the services which I like to think the community relies on the most and are very critical to people's well-being and health in our community and enjoyment of our community. So we take this very seriously. We put a lot of thought into this budget, managing within the target that Council has set, and we've had to pick priorities and make recommendations here for this committee for your consideration that balances the tax target yet balances the need in the community. And I want to start by saying that this budget was not put together on the back of a napkin. We've been working on it for months before the election. We spent a lot of time thinking through all the various programs and all the various options we have within our financial parameters, and so that's what I'm presenting here today. The areas that we're going to be reviewing today are Community and Social Services, which includes employment financial assistance, child care services, long-term care, community development funding, housing services and supports, which includes our emergency shelters and social housing. And of course, you'll note that affordable housing has moved to planning committee, so it's a portion that's over another committee. Emergency and protective services, which is fire, paramedic, bylaw and regulatory services, and security and emergency management. Parks, recreation and culture, which is all our recreation and cultural programs, arenas, pools, cultural facilities, and our community centers. And then we have a piece of public works here, and Kevin Wiley is here in the audience and his staff, Parks, Building and Grounds, which is responsible for the centralized management and maintenance of city parks, buildings, and grounds. So we have a joint partnership. They provide service to some of the departments up here. The budget's under review. You'll note that there's some anomalies that appear like anomalies on the percent change over 2014, which I want to address briefly. Most notably are the reduction in community and social services, which is an 11% decrease, and the increase in parks, recreation, and culture of 5.1%. The one in community and social services, Aaron Burry will be speaking to it later, but this was something that was dealt with at FEDCO a little bit earlier with respect to the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation property tax exemption, which basically reduced the grant to them, and they ended up benefiting by over $3.1 million in terms of being able to add that to their life cycle and their budget. So it was a nice trade. What you'll see in the FEDCO budget is a rebalancing of that. So it's a little bit of an in and out, but a net benefit to OCH, and Aaron will speak to that in more detail. Parks, Recreation, and Culture. I wanted to address this one because what you're seeing here is the annualization of programs and facility costs for the Minto Recreation Complex, which opened last year. So it opened up later in the year, and many of us were at that opening. And what you're seeing is the staffing and the operating costs now on an annualized basis, and you're seeing a bump. The other thing that you're seeing in that 5.1 increase, or the $4.58 million increase, is $1 million for one of our cultural funding grant priorities. And this council, last council, had approved a plan, the Renewed Action Plan for Arts, Heritage, and Culture, which has a time frame of 2013 to 2018. And as you know, our number one priority was Arts Court, which Council has dealt with. The number two priority was La Nouvelle Scène, which is one of our prominent Francophone theater and artistic companies here in Ottawa. And what we've seen with that project, we've added $1 million, and I wanted to clarify because, in fact, there was an item describing the $1 million as emerging cultural issues in the budget, and that's a mistake on my part. I missed that when I was doing the review. It should have clearly identified that it was for La Nouvelle Scène. And the background on that, I just want to take a minute, is that the federal and provincial governments have both funded approximately $5.4 million to the project. They've each contributed just over $2.7 million for one-third. Our third would be approximately that. La Nouvelle Scène is eligible for 25% of funding under the Council's approved policy. We have funded them up to this point $1 million in cash and $500,000 approximately in waiving of development fees and permit fees. And the last $1 million contribution to their project so they can finish their project is actually in this budget as a one-time contribution, one-time grant to La Nouvelle Scène so they can finish their project. So that equalizes us with the federal and provincial government portion where we each have one-third, and they can finish that project. This was identified, as I said, as the second priority. It's actually our highest priority right now because Arts Court is on its way, and it's our number one cultural facility priority. So I want to explain that because that is in the budget, and I'm very pleased about this because it moves forward a very important cultural project in this city. Next slide. Our FTEs, full-time equivalent, you're seeing a net reduction of 17 FTEs. And one of the things that I also want to point out in explanation, and Aaron will speak to this too, is that you're seeing a reduction. First, I'll start with Emergency Protective Service, a reduction of 5. We've been very diligent in terms of looking at our Emergency Protective Services, particularly with the Fire Arbitration Awards, where Council in the last term approved a motion that effectively anything that is awarded by an arbitrator that's above the target set by Council will come out of the department's budget. So basically the price is paid by the department that got more than the arbitration settlement. Fire arbitrations, as we know, across the province have been well above what other unions have been receiving. They kind of follow each other across the province, and Sue Jones and the fire chief have had to manage that internally, and what we're seeing here is a reduction of 5 FTEs, which is made up of some of our administrative areas, some of our prevention areas, and some of our non-primary areas. But there has been a reduction over the last term of council of 31 FTEs in the fire service that we've been taking out basically through attrition to be able to balance that budget. And we haven't impacted service levels at this point. We've been very smart about how we've done that, but that is the issue that this committee is going to have to deal with later this year with station location study and some of those other things in terms of how do we rebalance and ensure that we maintain fire protection. The other area that I need to comment on is community and social services. Community and Social Services was particularly Ontario Works, was part of an audit by our Auditor General back in 2012. And as part of that audit, the auditor recommended, and we've been implementing, a two-phase reduction of the FTEs in Community and Social Services, 12 in 2014 FTEs, and another 12 as part of the 2015 budget. Now, you may have heard about the SAMs, which is the new technology that the province has implemented to be able to process Ontario Works. And the only way I could describe that, quite frankly, is a total disaster in terms of the technology that they've done and how they put that in place. It's actually greatly impacted an initiative we had underway that Anne Burry was leading in terms of streamlining service delivery for the people that depend on those services. And we went through a process of significant change, which affected our organization significantly, as all change does. But my belief is the change was intended to make it better for the client, because that's what we have to focus on. This system comes in place and it basically completely erodes the gains we made in our ability to get the efficiencies and the productivity improvements, because it's taking so much longer to actually deal with this, to actually process any clients using this technology. Yet we still have a reduction of 12 FTEs. And what I've authorized Aaron to do is to ensure that we are staffing up and that we have additional staff, and we made that commitment to our unions also, because our staff are burning out, that the staff, that we staff up, authorize overtime, bring back retired people, bring in temporary people, do whatever we can so that we can maintain the service levels to the most vulnerable people in our community. This means that we're using up some of the savings from these 12 FTEs, but our view is, and we're working with Chair Deans, our view is we're going to build the province for this. We're expecting the province to pay for the loss of productivity, the significant loss of productivity that this system has caused to this city and to all cities that are actually processing Ontario Works recipients and dealing with Ontario Works recipients across the province. And this is being a unified approach with the 47 other organizations, municipalities that are in this line of service. So we will be billing them, but we need to maintain service, yet the 12 FTEs have been reduced through attrition. We're just not filling them, but we are basically paying for them, charging them, because we're bringing in extra resources. Capital budget. This is not a large capital budget. Have you seen in other committees? In fact, it's a very small portion against the total capital budget. The highlights are under renewal. If you look down that column, there's $10.7 million for emergency protective services, which is really for renewal of their equipment and their fleet, which they have on an annual basis. There's $2.3 million approximately in community and social services, which is really for our long-term care facilities, furniture, equipment, minor renovations, and $16 million in building park rehabilitation, which is in your budget book on page 138 and 142. Under the growth, $4.5 million in community social services related to child care facilities, which is largely funded by development charges. $10.6 million in parks, recreation, and culture for parks growth, which primarily includes phase 2 of the Francois Dupuis Community Center, and it's also largely funded by development charges. And finally, there's $100,000 for CBRN, which is our chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear funding, specialized equipment and training. It scares the heck out of everybody, but it's to keep our emergency services properly equipped for personal equipment. Capital funding sources. On this one here, it's quite basic. Just over 68% of the funding comes from our reserves. Development charges is the next largest group, and then of course you have a little bit of revenue and tax debt that make up the difference. And my final slide, before I turn it over to Sue Jones, is the issue that's been raised on many of the committees and the council about the strategic initiatives in the council city strategic plan. It will be working its way through the consultation process with the chairs, with the committees, and eventually a council, where council will be able to look at this funding envelope here over this term of council on the operating capital and determine what its priorities will be for this portion. As you know, this is not in sync with the budget approval process this year because of the election, and we've had a little bit of a lag on it, but you will have dealt with this by the end of the second quarter in June. This will be finalized, and you'll have allocated those those two funding sources for the 4 years to your strategic priorities. So we're not discussing that today. There's a number of issues on there, and if you do bring them up, we'll try to point you that it is in that strategic plan, and you will be dealing with it later. So now I'll turn it over to Sue Jones for an overview of emergency and protective services.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. In addition to what Deputy City Manager Kanalakis had said, overall for emergency and protective services, essentially the budget for you today is to continue to maintain the service levels we have been during the last term of council. As a matter of interest, we respond to about 280,000 calls for service a year, breakdown with the highest in our paramedic world. With aging demographics, we tend to see an increase in these calls, and we continue to manage in that regard. We will be coming before you during this term of council and this year alone to give you an overview of each of the services and what we're doing. We have a fairly ambitious agenda with respect to decisions and direction we're going to receive from this committee. We, of course, are under direction to come back with a bylaw review. We will be coming back in May to talk about that and recommendations on how that should be done. We also, of course, are dealing with new initiatives and direction from the previous term of council with respect to taxis and new technologies that are out there that, of course, you're hearing about on a day-to-day basis. We'll also be coming to you with the station location report regarding fire services. Chief Pinjatori, who's here with me today, and myself and his team have been working very hard over the last few years to have a comprehensive overview of our stations, how we should deploy our services, and while at the same time continuing to meet the needs of the public and looking at our growth challenges coming down the road. We'll also talk to you about the accreditations that our department has received, both in paramedics and emergency management and as well as fire, and that will highlight how we've deployed based on science and how we're meeting service levels and ensuring that we do have the recognition that the programs we have in place are sound and valid, and we'll talk to you about our growth challenges coming down the road. In terms of the budget overall, essentially it's cost of living increases and just, as I say, ensuring that we continue to keep providing the services we have been providing. The new major initiative is our radio modernization project. Beginning July 1st of this year, the technology that we're currently using, and this exists across the world, is no longer going to be used. They're moving over to a new technology. Pierre Poirier is the chief. He's here today. He can talk about that. It's a significant project, and by July we hope to begin and have completed most of the turnover of radios, and we'll be on to a new system which we anticipate will be much improved and be able to talk to each other in a better way than we have in the past. With respect to the capital highlights, as Deputy Chief, our Deputy here, Manager Kanalakis indicated that we don't have a lot of capital overall compared to the rest of the city, but for emergency and protective services, essentially our major investments are replacement of equipment. We have 800 cameras operating in the city. That's come to the end of its life cycle. We'll be replacing those over the next 4 years, and as well we're replacing the defibrillators that are in all of our ambulances. And of course, fleet renewal, the significant investment here is with respect to ambulances, and some minor investment over in fire. And as I mentioned with the radio system, the bulk of the money is identified there will essentially be to purchase new renewal gear. And with that, I think I will turn it over to the next general manager and can answer questions afterwards.
Thanks, Sue. So in terms of the Community and Social Services budget, I think Deputy City Manager outlined one of the key changes that you'll see, which is related to the tax basically forgiveness or the tax break that was given to Ottawa Community Housing. That represents about $20.3 million. That tax break, however, is in and out, because essentially in the FedCo budget, they'll show $20 million less revenues. I will show $20 million 1.3 less expenditures. What Ottawa Community Housing benefits out of this is about $3.1 million in basically provincial education tax money that stays to that organization, and this has been part of their overall reinvestment and redevelopment of its properties. It's about investment in maintaining the social stock in the best possible condition. The other area, and again, the Deputy City Manager mentioned it, was with respect to an overall challenge that we're going to face in our budget this year related to SAMs. My staff have a number of different names for this. One is slow as molasses. There's another one that I won't say publicly. They are going through a very, very difficult time with this. This is province-wide, and it's not something that is a matter of weeks or even months. We could be potentially looking at 1 to 2 years before this actually gets resolved and worked out. The key issue is with respect to how the system interacts with all previous information related to social assistance. It generates errors, problems, and we have a number of different manual workarounds to make sure that the correct payments actually go out even when the system tells us to do something otherwise. And as I said, we are also part of a group of the 47. Ottawa's actually led this in terms of developing a recovery plan to try and help the province to understand how it's actually going to get out of the mess that they've created. So that will have an impact for us. It is impacting our operations. You will notice service degradations and problems, particularly during the pay runs, which again happens the last day of the month. At the last day of the month, our call volumes presently are 2 to 3 times normal, and our walk-in volumes are up to 4 times what they usually are. That gives you an indication of the numbers of problems and issues that are generated through this particular system. In terms of the overall community and social services budget, we've taken a very overall view, and I think the key area where we're facing some degree of challenge is related to the housing pressures, which are related to our requirement to pay mandatory increases or mandatory indexes for housing. So those things are set provincially, and that represents an overall pressure for this year of about $9.3 million. So within our budget, we have produced and come up with $9.3 million in solutions to try and mitigate that in new pressure. That pressure has largely been created as a result of, for many years, we've been able to, through our social housing providers, remortgage their properties. Those remortgaged at some historic low rates have allowed those budgets to essentially absorb other inflationary increases related to hydro, utilities, repairs. This year, we're basically running out of that game, and what you're beginning to see are the real pressures in terms of social housing, which this year will be about $9.3 million. We talked about the tax exemption in terms of the benefits to investing in those repairs. In order to fund this, one of the areas that we have done is a relocation from the housing and homeless investment of about $4 million that was in capital in the previous term. We're recommending that that be moved to the operating to help offset these pressures. Part of the rationale behind this is that in the last term of council, we received approximately $27 million in investment from provincial federal areas to do capital investment. This term, we have approximately $48 million. So we feel at this point, in order to offset, we have additional federal provincial revenues. We're transferring some of those municipals to offset these pressures. It's still being invested in the social housing area. We're also reallocating $2 million from the provincial funding for community homeless prevention, and in addition, we're going to use $1.5 million in reserves this year in order to bridge that gap. Now, with these indices, these are not hard and fast numbers, so we don't know at this point whether they will actually finish exactly in the projected 9.3. There's a reconciliation process that happens, and we would be in a better position at the end of next year. If, however, this does go as we anticipate, we would need to find, going forward, an additional $1.5 million in new solutions within the community and social services budget to balance this. In addition to all of our other areas, we have invested another $1.5 in our social services agency. So they're receiving an inflationary increase, which is similar to what we have projected for wages for the department of approximately 1.5%. Overall, in terms of the other operating highlights, historically, social assistance the inflation or the numbers of increases in Ontario Works have been significant. This year, the province will raise those rates by 1%, and historically we were responsible for 20%. With the upload, we're responsible for less and less amount of that increase, and by the end of the term of council, if the province continues with its agreement with us, essentially we will not be paying anything towards social assistance in this area. In terms of childcare, we have an additional provincial revenue this year of approximately $2 million, and $1 million of that has been used, and that's 100% municipal dollars has been transferred in the budget to balance off other pressures. Again, we talked about the provincially mandated increases in social housing. In terms of long-term care, we received approximately another $500,000 this year towards what they would refer to as a case mix index. Essentially what that means is that within our long-term care facilities, we're being asked to look after individuals who are increasingly sicker and sicker, and they have provided some compensation for those types of areas, but I would stress that that is just a bare minimum in terms of what we're able to do in long-term care. The Deputy City Manager will be happy to take any questions. You'll notice there's $400,000 regarding to the gang exit strategy, which is a term of priority primes, as well as the Ottawa Community Housing. Again, we talked about that earlier in terms of the $3.1 million that will be invested there. In terms of the capital budget, we have approximately $2.2 million, and these are a series of items that are related to health and safety and ongoing sustainability. A major investment this year is in long-term care related to elevators and fire suppression equipment, things that we're legislated required to provide, as well as some minor issues. The other major part of the budget is related to approximately $4.5 million as described as child care facilities growth. That is essentially the $3.8 to $3.9 million in development charges and a city mandatory city contribution. There will be a report going back to Planning Committee later this year related to the development charges, how that will be reinstated, as well as what the particular plan for these funds would be at that particular point in time. Dan?
Thank you, Aaron. Madam Chair, members of the committee, the Parks, Recreation and Culture budget for 2015 shows a $4.58 million increase, which is above the inflation rate, with no FTE increases in the program. The next slide will identify there are probably three stories to tell in terms of that $4.58 million increase. The first is the cost of living increase that we would expect to see. You see in this budget about a $1.3 million increase for Parks and Recreation, Culture, and Public Works for the cost of living of maintaining the level of services. What is also included in this portion of the budget is an inflationary increase to the funding that we provide to the recreation groups that we fund through contracts, as well as the cultural groups that we fund. The growth portion of the increase, about $1.8 million, is the annualization of two budgets, the first being the Minto Barhaven Recreation Complex that opened late last year, as well as the Lansdowne Park Urban Park operation, which opened mid-year last year as well. The FTEs for both of these were completely comprehended within the 2014 budget. What we've included in this budget is, of course, the balance for a full 12-month operation. Deputy City Manager mentioned this budget also includes a new $1 million for La Nouvelle Seine, as well as something new this year, an increase in user fees of $250,000 for all recreation and culture fees, a 0 to 2% increase on fees, first time in a few years. With respect to our capital budget, the one item there that is actually a Parks, Recreation and Culture project is the François Dupuis Community Center. This is a 21,000 square foot addition to an existing project that was built 2 years ago. The pool and the fitness center was built as a phase one. We are now going to build the community center portion of that. The 2014 budget included just under $800,000 to do the design work, which is progressing well, has gone through a first round of public consultation, and we will be ready to start building shortly. The other two items, the parks and buildings rehabilitations, are actually an infrastructure services budget, but for recreation amenities. This is an important component in 2015. The building portion of this, which is about $10 million, includes some significant projects which we've already started reaching out to impacted councillors, because during the construction season it will result in closure of facilities to accommodate these works, and we are also working with client groups to best accommodate them at other facilities. The park portion of this includes a variety of works across the city, but a big portion of the budget is going towards the replacement of the artificial turf at the Nepean Sportsplex, Minto Field. And lastly, the park growth piece is the planning and growth management component of building parks in new communities through growth funding.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. For Parks, Buildings and Grounds, we're looking at on our operating budget an increase of about 1.5%. We will be experiencing some growth in our parks and our pathways this year, typical for any year, about 18 hectares of parkland and about 10 kilometers of pathways. And we'll be continuing our trend of absorbing those within our existing funding envelope. And there's no growth in our FT counts. The 1.5% is primarily inflationary pressures that we're experiencing. So adjustment for cost of living, et cetera, increments and benefits, some small increase in our fleet costs relating to, again, compensation, parts, fuel, and contribution to capital reserves. And also some small inflationary pressures related to hydro, gas, and water, our utility bills. On the growth side, we've got Lansdowne Urban Park coming online this year, or it's online already, so that's about an $870,000 growth pressure to maintain the park. With the new Ottawa Champions baseball team coming to play this year, we've got a small growth pressure to get the stadium up and running. That's about $400,000 net of revenues we'll be receiving from the baseball team. And then on the council priorities, we've got an earmarked $125,000 for the Woodruff Transitway Memorial that will be being planned this year. And that's about the summary of the budget for Parks, Buildings and Grounds.
Okay, is that it? It's a wrap? Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for the presentation. As I said, we have 19 public delegations. Before we go to questions for staff, we're going to hear from the public, and then we'll turn to questions to staff. So just a reminder to the members of the public, you come forward to the desk here that says public delegations. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee members. If the committee members so choose, they can ask you questions after that. So the first delegation is Shia Keeley from the Day Programs Coalition in Ottawa, and on deck, so right behind Shia, will be Nicole McCarter, the Executive Director of OYA, the Osgood Youth Association. Shia, can you just press the button to, there we go. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Go ahead.
My name is Shay Kiley, and I'm the Executive Director of St. Luke's Table and the Chair of the Day Programs Coalition. I'm pleased to represent a group of organizations: St. Luke's Table, Center 454, the Well La Source, Center 507, Caldwell Family Center, St. Joe's Women's Center, Centre Espoir Sophie, and the Shepherds of Good Hope. Collectively, we receive over 230,000 visits from individuals battling poverty, homelessness, mental health, and addictions challenges. We provide programs and services to meet basic needs, and also in the areas of housing, health, addictions, employment, and social supports to Ottawa's most vulnerable. Most importantly, we offer support, encouragement, respect, dignity, a sense of belonging, and the and the assurance that somebody cares, qualities too often in short supply on our streets. Each year, our organizations experience significant increases in the number of participants using our services. These increases have placed pressure on staff and program resources, and many agencies are experiencing financial challenges trying to keep up with the growing demand. In fact, one organization has reported a 38% increase in the last 2 years alone. Additionally, operating costs such as utilities, rent, food, transportation, and staffing continue to rise well beyond the 2% increase we receive from the Renewable Community Funding envelope. For some agencies, the provision of current programming is not sustainable over the long term. Investing in social programs such as ours are of great value to the community because often we are the first to respond to crisis. As a result, the city saves money, which would be used for emergency services such as the police, ambulance, hospital visits. Recently, the city launched a request for offers to award funding to organizations providing services in line with the city's 10-year plan to end homelessness. Some agencies saw increases, while others lost funding for programming that is essential to the prevention of homelessness. While the total envelope of funding has not changed, this redistribution of funds will have a significant impact on our ability to operate. Already, we have seen an increase in visits from the Aboriginal population due to the funding cuts of 510 Rideau Street. In the city's 10-year plan, Priority 2 states, housing alone is sometimes not enough. Ensuring people get the support they need is key to securing and retaining housing for many of our residents. The day programs are an integral part of the provision of these supports because we build community and provide the opportunities needed to diminish poverty and social isolation. This isolation tends to cause a sense of loneliness and depression, not to mention the breakdown that can occur in communities due to detachment from others, increased violence, substance abuse, mental illness, and so forth. As a coalition, we support the city's 10-year plan to end homelessness and agree that everybody deserves a home. We hope that the city recognizes that the day programs are crucial to the city's vision of an economically and socially healthy community for all residents, and we thank you for listening.
And thank you for your presentation. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you again. Nicole McArcher is next, and Nicole will be followed by Marsha Morris. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is Nicole McArcher here? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nicole McArcher, and I'm the Executive Director of the Osgoode Youth Association. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today to tell you a little bit about OYA. OYA offers 4 main program categories. We run an after-school homework club for youth in grades 2 to 6, a teen drop-in for youth in grades 7 to 12, day camps, including March break, summer, winter, and PD day camps, and all ages community events such as the Good Run, pumpkin carving event, and gingerbread house decorating. All of these are provided for vulnerable rural youth in South Ottawa. While I'm telling you about our story, I'm hoping that a picture will say 1,000 words. I'm going to ask if Councillor Middick would pass around the pictures. We just, thank you. We ran a campaign just prior to Valentine's Day asking the different groups that use the Osgoode Youth Association to tell us what they love about OYA. And as you can see from the pictures, there's lots of things to love about our youth center. One thing that I can state for certain about OYA is that we are a success story. I have been the executive director for 5 years, and I can tell you that running a youth center is hard work. Many youth centers try and fail. OYA, however, is not just running, we're not just maintaining and surviving, we are thriving. We've seen a 370% increase in our participation in the past 5 years, and 723 unique participants visited OYA just last year. We are a nationally recognized youth center. We're seen as a best practices model for how to run a successful youth center. It's just me here today, but I come with a whole community behind me. We were impressed by Mayor Watson's pre-budget consultation, inviting people to use the hashtag #OttBudget and an email address to send feedback about budget issues. We were very overwhelmed by the response that we received. The stories were heartfelt, and they told a very compelling story about why OYA is important to the people of Osgood Ward. In the package that's going around, I've made copies of the submissions that people made, and I think you'll be impressed by them. I'd like to read just one example. It comes from Amber Johnson. She says, "It's come to my attention that the Osgood Youth Association is having trouble and might have to close the door on the programs it offers the community. This would be a terrible thing to happen. OYA was an important thing to me as a teenager in Osgood. It offered amazing opportunities to get involved with the town and connect with the community. OYA was a safe place for me to go anytime when I was feeling down and out. The people there were always supportive and understanding, always willing to lend an ear and a shoulder. When I was 17, OYA offered me the opportunity to represent the center at a conference across the country. It was here that I met people who have affected my life in permanent ways. I learn new things every time I visit the center. I learned to cook, I learned to dance, I even learned to knit. I took part in an in-depth discussion on youth culture and issues. OYA ultimately had a big hand in helping me to come out of my shell and get better with my personal mental health issues. OYA does so much for the youth in the community. It gave us somewhere to go, people to talk to. It encouraged us to grow, learn, and care about the town and the people around it. The Osgood Youth Association needs support from the city because it does nothing but good for everyone who has ever stepped through the doors." So the big question today is, why should the city increase our funding? OYA is extremely well loved in Osgood Ward. Losing OYA would be a devastating loss to our rural community. We've been highly praised and recognized by the Ottawa Police Service for our prevention work in youth crime. The reality is that youth crime is low in Osgood Ward, and the police have not been shy to credit OYA with this prevention work. In simple terms, OYA gives youth something productive to do in a rural community with no transportation and little else to do. There is a real risk of increased crime in Osgood Ward without OYA. Whether it's drugs, gangs, property crime, we simply don't know. If OYA were to close, Pat Daly has made it clear, who does programming in the South, that the city would have to offer at least some of the services that the Osgood Youth Association currently provides. OYA can provide already established programs at a much lower cost, even with the increase that we are requesting. OYA is officially asking for $80,000 annually for renewable recreation funding. This funding would be a game changer for us. With sustainable funding, OYA can continue to grow and partner with other communities and expand our services. While $80,000 would be a nice to have, we truly need a $50,000 commitment from the city. On top of that, we are extremely committed to fundraising. I'm in the process of working with corporations to increase our corporate sponsorship. We're increasing some of our user fees, and we're soliciting community donations. The bottom line is that we need $50,000 annually to remain sustainable. I'm going to close by reading one final email that was submitted by a community member.
Actually, we're not. Your time's up. So sorry about that, but don't go away because there is a question for you.
Please.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking at your annual report that you provided us.
Yes.
I note in your package you have 13 funding sources.
Yes.
Two are listed as the City of Ottawa.
Yes.
Today, I've just heard you said a minimum you would like 50,000. Right now, the city's providing about 20.
We get 10,824.
Okay. And then there's also, though, the Rural Community Building Grant of 9,200?
Yes, that was a one-time grant that we got to run programs in 2014.
Okay. So what's the difference, though, between 2014 under that funding model and the request now, which is in in excess to what you've been getting? What will the difference go towards?
So we have, been having funding challenges for a couple of years. We actually started working with the city to see if we could increase our renewable funding about 2 years ago. And within those 2 years, we made several changes in our organization. So we lost some funding. We lost some funding from the United Way. And we also lost some program funding from a couple of different granting organizations. Our costs have increased, and in 2014, we were able to piece together a couple of different things. We had a $20,000 GIC that was in the bank that we cashed and used that to continue our operations. And again, we received that one-time funding from the Rural Community Building Grant. And so piecing together those things, we've been able to keep going, but not in a sustainable fashion.
Any other questions for the delegation? Councillor DeRoche.
I just want to thank Nicole for coming out and explaining in front of Madam Chair and my colleagues at the committee the importance of OYA. I also want to acknowledge the great work you guys provide for our children in Osgood Ward, and I just also want to acknowledge all the residents and the support and its testimonial that I received to my office. Hopefully we can keep supporting you and working with you, and I wish you the best and good luck for 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Our next presenter is Marcia Morris, the Executive Director of the Ottawa Sport Council, and Marcia will be followed by Joan Kuyak, the Chair of Gotta Go campaign.
Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity. Obviously, I'm not Marcia Morris. She couldn't make it today, but I am representing the Ottawa Sport Council. My name is Jeff Darwin. I'm a volunteer member of the board there, and my connection to sport here in Ottawa is, well, I'm a third-generation Ottawan to begin with. College Ward, he's gone, and it's mostly through my father's involvement in sport. I had a front row seat for the establishment of Major Junior A hockey in Ottawa, for the first return of professional baseball to Ottawa, and countless boxing and wrestling live and closed circuit events. So sport is recreation and culture as far as I'm concerned, and of course our modest budget for the Ottawa Sport Council does fall under Parks, Recreation and Culture. The good news is that Ottawa Sport Council does not require or desire a budget increase from Parks, Recreation and Culture this year. Founded in 2013 as a not-for-profit membership-based service organization, the Ottawa Sport Council delivers programs and initiatives to help build a stronger community sports sector which contributes to the health and well-being of the city. Our mission is to present a united voice for sport, to increase access to active, healthy living, and to celebrate sports excellence in Ottawa. The Ottawa Sport Council was established in response to a demand for assistance from community sporting organizations, and these are all amateur sport. Over the last 18 months, Ottawa Sport Council has been working with city staff in the Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services branch to create a municipal sports strategy. That's our big project. The purpose of the sports strategy is to provide council, you folks and staff with guidelines and approaches related to the city's role in sport development, including types of programs, relationship with partners, development and use of the infrastructure. During this time, the Ottawa Sport Council has also been working with community sporting organizations to help improve organizational capacity, to understand their challenges, which include issues with volunteer retention, facility allocation and funding, and to establish a common vision and a cohesive approach amongst these organizations. We all know of the larger, well-organized amateur sporting organizations. You see them often. It's the smaller ones where I think we provide a real good voice for them to figure out how to access the city and to work with the city. And I'll jump ahead. I think I got a couple of slides here that Marcia has done for me. Maybe not. All right, key programs. Ottawa Sport Council Foundation is one of our first ones. It's brand new. It's a very modest foundation, and it will support in the future community sporting organizations through small grants. In the first year, grants will work to establish new programs in underserviced neighborhoods in Ottawa. The second key program is the Ottawa Sport Council Annual Summit. We had our first one on November 1st, and Steve was there and Matt was there, and we knocked it out of the park. It was a terrific opportunity to bring all the amateur sporting organizations and recreational organizations together and to give them a venue to let us know what their concerns were, and we can gather those and present them in a more unified voice to the city. The last major project for the Ottawa Sport Council this year is our webinar series. We've just opened registration for our inaugural lunchtime webinar series, and the webinar series has been created based on the feedback attained from the summit on November 1st. The webinars provide an opportunity for community sporting organizations to increase their knowledge in areas such as athlete nutrition, legal issues, social media tips, and how and why to host successful local sporting events. So why is sport, so there's a picture from the summit. Why is sport so important? We believe a strong local sport infrastructure is a key contributor to the quality of life in any community. Community sport is an integral component of Canadian society. From the True Sport Report in 2008, 33,650 sport and recreation organizations in Canada, and 71% of them are local. Sport and recreation organizations comprise 21% of Canada's nonprofit sector and engage in 28% of all volunteers, more than any other sector. 28% of all adults and approximately 50% of all children and youth participate directly in sport. 72% of Canadians believe that sport is a key contributor to the quality of life in their community. We are proposing that the community sport be included as part of a new economic initiative to market the City of Ottawa as a place to live and do business. We are requesting that the Ottawa Sport Council be included in this work and on this initiative.
Your time has ended, so I'm going to cut you there. But it sounds like you were in wrap-up anyway.
Pretty much.
Right.
So again, our request is just a continuation of the mandate we were given in 2013.
Thank you. I'll look to the committee to see if there are any questions for this delegation. You're fine? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Our next delegation is Joan Kuyak from Gotta Go campaign. And I just want to note to committee members about quorum. I see a number of us leaving, and make sure we retain quorum. Councillor Egley, what is quorum, just to make sure? 5? 4? We're fine. 5? All right. We have quorum. Some folks may have had to gotta go and they had to leave, but...
At least there's toilets provided here.
Be happy we take you seriously.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I want to make it clear that we think that this touches particularly on the parks and recreation aspects of your mandate, and I will speak a little bit to that. The open, accessible public toilets, as most of you know, are an issue for everyone. They're an issue for seniors and adults, for homeless people, for people with disabilities that involve urgency, like Crohn's and colitis, and for child care providers and people with children who are often taking them to the parks. There are a lot of toilets available to the public in Ottawa. They're rarely open, they're hard to find, and they're inadequately maintained. We know that there are 37 in wards 12 and 14, but of these, 13 are only open seasonally, and the rest are programming hours. What that's meant is that you can take your child to a park like Park Optimist and discover that the wading pool is open 2 weeks longer than the toilets are. You can go in the fall to almost any park in the city and there will be no toilets. As we're developing new parks and recreational opportunities, the question of whether there will be toilets is often something that is being overlooked, and we've heard that from councillors as we've been meeting with them over the last 2 weeks. This creates a huge issue for everyone, and it ends up with lost business opportunities, sanitation concerns, it restricts people's use of recreational areas, and it means that a lot of people are bearing the costs individually. They're afraid to take their kids to the park in the fall. They're afraid to go out themselves. If their children have Crohn's or something like that, then they're faced with the possibility of humiliating accidents. This is not acceptable. Public toilets can be easy to find, open, accessible, and safe. There's modern designs. This is one from Paris that makes them secure and safe, that integrates accessibility for people with wheelchairs and the blind. It reduces the costs of operation, and we have an opportunity, if we want, to develop an Ottawa model, and we should be looking at that. This kind of unit can be actually inserted into the side of another building, so it could be part of a bigger toilet block and provide 24/7 access. We have been talking about toilets at major transit nodes, and it's been our major issue, but I'm not going to talk about that today. Other places have toilets. Almost all capital cities around the world provide public toilets. Certainly in the developed world they do. Australia has 17,000 and a nationwide registry of toilets. London has toilets almost everywhere. The Washington Silver Line is going to include very modern public toilets. Toronto has them. Korea and Japan actually lead the world. The designs for toilets can be attractive, safe, and economic. The idea of the porta potty that's stuck in most of our minds, or that ugly little concrete block building, doesn't have to be the way it is. There are designs. Edmonton has one that has a glassed in front that enables people to see how many feet are in the stall and whether there's anybody doing anything they shouldn't. There's direct access units that can be built right into another building from the outside, which could be a way of retrofitting toilets in parks. These are toilets that were developed through architectural competitions in New Zealand, which leads the world. Inside, they can be designed to resist vandalism and for easy cleaning. Stainless steel interiors are usually what's used now, and the seats often retract for sterilizing them. The other thing to mention to you is adult changing places toilets, which enable people who need one or more caregivers and a hoist and an adult changing table to be taken care of. And those, we have none in the city whatsoever. There are 40 in Glasgow. There are a number in London. They usually are accessed by use of a code to prevent people from turning them into a dormitory. The other question is signage in our parks. For example, Strathcona, there's a toilet there. None of us knew there was a toilet in Strathcona Park because there's no signs in that large park indicating that there's a toilet so many meters away. We could be looking after a lot by using those kind of signs, having interactive maps with apps. And our request to the Community and Protective Services Committee are twofold. One is for 15 to 18 period to develop a policy requiring the provision of open, accessible, safe, and easy-to-find public toilets in any new parks, park renewals, renovations, and park expansions. That would at least mean that question got asked when any renovations were taking place, and right now we know that it often doesn't. And we've been working with Dundonald Park Working Group and people in that area around the development with community support of a modern project pilot. And we got some money from the Community Foundation to do the community consultation.
Your time is just about up if you could wrap up.
And we're asking for funding to be included in the budget in following years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Councillor McKinney.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Joan. How are you? Dundonald, of course, is in Somerset Ward, and I obviously support very much looking at putting in a pilot, which would be a public washroom in that at that location. I know that you've been doing some outreach with the community. Can you just tell us what the feedback that you've been receiving from the surrounding community is?
We'll be undertaking a major consultation between now and July. But in terms of the people we've been working with there's a lot of interest. There's interest from the businesses that are along there because a few of them really resent and dislike being used as the neighborhood toilet. They're also not accessible. We've been talking with a number of the neighbors around there. They have concerns, of course, about safety and security, but a lot of them are excited by the idea that their backyard won't be used as a toilet after events in the park. And a number of the Chinese seniors who were doing Tai Chi in the park are having trouble being there for any length of time because by the time they get there and do their Tai Chi, they don't have time to get home. And so we're hoping that we can find a way to make this possible.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you further on it.
Okay, Councillor Fleury.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. We've been in conversation over a year now on what we can do for the Byward Market in that area, and I'm looking forward to your support and the support from my colleagues when we do bring the renewal ask for the Byward Market, hopefully leading up to 2017. That will remain to be seen. But my question is, we saw you at the general presentation, or we saw the group Gotta Go present mainly around light rail stations, and now the presentation today is leaning, obviously the committee's more, less transit, more parks. Are both as important to you, or because parks seems as a more feasible one or more accessible one for us on as we renew parks, making sure it's in policy and looking at our existing facilities and where there is water connection and sewer connection, it's a much easier ask.
We were formed to advocate for a network of public toilets in Ottawa, partly for tourism, partly for residents, to make the city a more sustainable place to love for complete streets. That means that there's a number of opportunities to do that, and one of them, to us, the light rail is important because it would be in the capital budget. It could conceivably be cost shared. And those are going to have 10,000 people an hour going through them. They're major transit nodes. So if you're going to a park, you might be taking transit. However, parks are a key part of where public space that can be used. There's other public buildings, and we'll be talking to the planning committee about that. I think this is something that cuts across all the committees of council. It's certainly a strategic initiative that would enable an awful lot of other things to happen. We know it's not cheap. And as a result, in order to make that possible for people, we look at anything. And the parks are pretty key to that.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mike Bulthouse, Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness Ottawa, and Mr. Bulthouse will be followed by Alan Bowker, President, Friends of the Concert Hall.
Good morning. So I'm here on behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness, a member-driven nonprofit representing nearly 50 organizations in Ottawa who serve individuals who are homeless, vulnerably housed, or housed in supportive and affordable housing. And so with this committee's responsibility for housing and homelessness services, the Alliance and our members look forward to continuing to work with you to create an inclusive community where everyone has an affordable and appropriate home. When this draft budget was tabled on February 4, it was noted that the proposed 2% tax increase would, and I quote, allow us to continue to invest in key priorities such as affordable housing. This was a welcome announcement, and it followed from a 2014 municipal campaign commitment from the mayor and 18 councillors to draw on newly available provincial upload dollars to increase spending in housing and homelessness by $2 million per year. That commitment follows from the bold and progressive policy move that City Council took in 2011, introducing a new annual investment of $14 million per year to address homelessness and to increase affordable housing, with $10 million in operational funding and $4 million in capital for development of new affordable housing. Since 2011, we've seen hundreds of new affordable housing units developed, leveraging additional funds. We've seen over 1,000 new rent supplements and housing allowances created, and we've seen a reduction of 50% of the number of homeless families living in overflow motels. We've really had a good thing going. And yet, despite the success and the strength of the campaign commitment, the additional $2 million is not yet included in this draft 2015 budget. Naturally, this has created some concern. We do understand that a $37 million envelope has been set aside for emerging council priorities, and that housing and homelessness is expected to be among them. We look forward to seeing this $2 million additional investment becoming a reality, sustaining the community momentum that you have helped to create, which is fantastic. Our concern in this budget also stems from a number of other measures proposed. We recognize, and we heard again this morning, that the city is facing a $9.3 million inflationary increase in social housing agreements, reflecting higher costs related to hydro, water, insurance, and so forth. And adhering to those agreements is crucial. However, with political direction having been given that this increase itself be cost neutral to the city, the budget includes a number of, quote, solutions to mitigate this increase. Effectively, these proposals are included to reallocate dollars addressing other high-priority housing and homelessness needs. For example, to meet inflationary pressure, the draft budget would see the city removing the $4 million annual capital allocation as part of the annual $14 million envelope I cited earlier, effectively turning this $14 million investment plan into a $10 million investment plan. Elsewhere, it's proposed that as a result of over $2 million in additional provincial funding through the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, or CHIPPI, that current municipal funding in this area be reallocated to address inflationary pressure. We, along with many across the province, actually advocated to the provincial government last year for these new CHIPPI dollars, citing both the need and momentum. And in this particular time here in the city, it would be exciting to imagine how these new provincial dollars could have actually enhanced our service levels or protected services being reduced elsewhere. Now, clearly, creative solutions are part of the housing answer, just like the recent property tax exemptions for Ottawa community housing, which at no cost to the city are making $3 million available for maintenance of OCH units to the great benefit of many tenants. However, reallocating the $4 million capital envelope for new housing and reallocating CHIPPI dollars to replace municipal funding are concerns. We need to carefully consider whether these are appropriate and sustainable sources of revenue from which to draw to meet these inflationary pressures this year and in the years to come. We look forward to the term of council priority setting exercise and to council following through on its 2014 campaign commitments to grow the investment in housing and homelessness by $2 million a year. We're optimistic. In continuing the progress we've been making, let's also sustain our current investments, including the $4 million annual envelope for new housing, and ensure that new investments that we receive as a city from elsewhere, including the $2 million in new provincial CHIPPI funding, are directed towards successfully achieving our 10-year goals. Thousands of Ottawa residents are dependent on this. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Michael. My question is mainly to Aaron, based on your comments, your questions relating to the $2 million and the envelopes. Aaron, are you confident that this year, through the homelessness plan that we approved, the 10-year homelessness plan, that we're continuing in the right direction, and that although there appears to be the $4 million and the $9.3 million dollar pressure, that we're still able to properly fund the capital that's needed for the affordable housing sector?
Yes, as I mentioned, in terms of in comparison to last term versus this term, last term was around 28 million that came in federally, provincially, and in this term we're looking at 47 million. So that's part of the rationale behind the movement of the capital dollars, is we actually have more federal provincial money coming in this term than we did in last term.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Balthouse. We'll go to Alan Bowker, President, Friends of the Concert Hall, and Mr. Bowker will be followed by Rob Peterson, President, Board of Directors, Verse Ottawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alan Bowker. I'm president of the Friends of the Concert Hall, a non-profit corporation with charitable status that was created to achieve the division of an acoustically excellent mid-sized concert hall in downtown Ottawa. The concert hall proposal has been around for many years. Many of you will be familiar with it. For those who are not, I will briefly outline it. A mid-sized concert hall would have about 900 seats with natural acoustics, and would be ideal for performing arts ranging from classical music, country, jazz, choral, rock, folk, blues, to recitals, storytellers, poets, lecturers, writers, and many other uses. It would be located downtown near the LRT in proximity to other cultural and entertainment spaces with an open architecture that would make it a welcoming meeting place. It could be built as a standalone, it could be part of another project, such as a library, or it could be a P3, part of, say, an office building. Why do we need the concert hall? The NAC Southern Hall, with 2,000 plus seats, is ideal for major events that require staging. A number of churches, including Dominion Chalmers, offer smaller venues in the 300 to 800 seat range with varying acoustics, comfort, and amenities. A mid-sized concert hall would complement these facilities and fill a vital remaining niche. It would be a hub for our vibrant amateur and professional artists and for many of our festivals. It would be a source of civic pride, expressing our greatness as a G7 capital. It would revitalize the downtown, enhance tourism, support restaurants and hotels. In January 2012, the city's Arts, Heritage, and Culture Plan included the concert hall as a high priority. It called for work to begin in 2014 to establish a steering committee, conduct market and space analysis, and develop a building program and call for proposals with a view to construction in 2018. In the interim, the Lansdowne Park, the LRT project, Arts Court, and now the proposed new library, as well as elections, have absorbed public attention. We understand that, and therefore we have focused in the past couple of years on low-key consultations with city officials and potential partners and users, including a facilitated workshop in 2012 in which key players reiterated the need for the hall. But now we believe it's time to commence the studies intended in the plan. Indeed, we must do so if the plan is to be fulfilled. These professional studies would address the uses, costs, benefits, and location of the hall and its specifications, acoustics, and construction options. They would explore issues like ownership, governance, operating models in light of the experience of other concert halls. These studies would cost between $200,000 and $300,000 and would be the first step in developing a detailed business model and building program. Where would this money come from? The action plan initiated a cultural capital funding program which would have developed over 6 years by adding $250,000 into the base each year and thus, over time, providing a source of capital funding to support a range of activities, including the concert hall. Instead, $250,000 has been provided as one-time funding each year, and as far as we can read the proposed budget for the year, it's not included at all. During the local consultations, and we've heard it this morning again, reference to other options such as a fund for term of council priorities, which could be used for cultural projects, but would not be allocated until after the budget is adopted. It's not my purpose today to delve into the nuts and bolts of a complex budget, but rather, in the very brief time that I have, to remind this committee of the importance of the project, the timetable laid out in the action plan, and the need for capital funding from whatever source to undertake the studies that were envisaged in the plan. We continue to believe that with the active engagement of the city, partnership with business groups and universities, and support from users and arts groups, it will be possible to bring together a coalition of people and money and to attract support from other levels of government that will give this project the momentum it needs. But the longest journey starts with a single step, and that first step, now required, is the studies envisaged in the action plan. This requires funding in 2015, and my purpose here today is to sensitize you to this need and express the hope that this money can be found. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowker. There is a question, so don't go away. Councillor Egley.
Yes, I was just wondering, in light of the announcement yesterday from the NCC and the proposals for LeBreton, which would meet location-wise a number of your concerns, being on the LRT, being downtown, the NCC's desire to have either regional or national type venues there. I think even one of the proponents talks about a concert hall. Has your group reached out or have plans to reach out to any of the proponents going forward to see if that can be part of their designs provided to the NCC for final deliberation?
Well, of course, we read about these things in the newspaper this morning, probably for the first time in the same way that you did. This has been a process in which people have been putting together proposals and submitting them to the NCC, and it's not at all clear what, how these will develop and so on. This is a position in which we found ourselves many times in the past, where something is going forward, well, could you get in on it? And the answer is very much that of Stephen Leacock, instructions on how to plant a garden. First, you buy the seeds last autumn, you fertilize the land the summer before, you dig it up a year ago, and for best results, you start even earlier. We have learned by experience that the only way to develop this project is to start from the beginning. Do the studies, build the support, work with the city. We made it very clear in 2010, and the city actually passed a resolution with the active support of Councillor Deans, which said that it would engage with the Friends of the Concert Hall to support us in identifying sites and support the project when the time came. And this is what we must do, and this is what I'm here to ask for. Whether or not we are able to engage with any of the proponents of proposals for NCC, we still need these studies. We still need to know what it is we're asking them to do within the projects which they're organizing, and we have to do it within a very short time frame, because when somebody's putting a project together, they don't want to hear from somebody who says, well, you know, we have this idea and it'll take us several years to develop it and put the money and the support together. They want it now. So regardless of what we do, and there are many opportunities before us, many players, many proposals, but we need to take that first step of having the studies that tell us what it is we want, how much it's going to cost, how it's going to be designed, how big it's going to be. Could it be a P3? Could it be this? Could it be that? How will it be governed? Who will own it? How would you run it? We've conducted surveys of users, and they all say the same thing. We need this concert hall, but of course a great deal depends on how it's run, how it's available, how much does it cost, and so on. We need to answer those questions, and then we can begin to put the steering committee together as envisaged in the plan. We can begin to assemble the people and money that will make this a reality and build forward. And then, at that point, yes, opportunities arise. We're in a position, with the help of the city, to seize those opportunities.
Yeah, and I hear that. I'm just suggesting this may be an alternative. There's a fairly drawn-out process whereby there's going to be money advanced to the proponents so they can put together a business plan and a design plan. I don't think it's actually going to be decided upon until sometime in 2016, and then building after that. So I'm just putting it out there as another alternative, another option that your group could look at. And, you know, there may be alternatives there. As I say, I believe a number of the proponents have already said they're looking at things like entertainment or concert venues, and it might be a natural fit.
Absolutely, we would do that. We would need the active engagement of the city in doing that. I presume the city is also interested in those proposals, for example, with respect to a library. So I doubt very much whether we're going to be alone in going to proponents and asking how we can fit into whatever is being designed. I presume the city is not entirely indifferent to what goes on that important piece of real estate.
Thank you, Mr. Belker. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move to Rod Peterson, President of the Board of Directors of Verse Ottawa, and Mr. Peterson will be followed by Raymond Sullivan, Executive Director of Centertown Citizens Ottawa Corporation. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'll be briefer than that. Councillor Deans, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rod Peterson, the President of the Board of Directors of Verse Ottawa. Verse Ottawa is a collective of 15 French and English poetry groups active in the city. We're a registered charity whose primary objective is to advance the cause of poetry in Ottawa. I'd like to speak to you this morning about renewing our city's long-dormant Poet Laureate program. Poets of distinction have been appointed by nations and cities for centuries to the station of Poet Laureate. Laureates provide an artistic record of their countries and cities. They document their history and celebrate their people. They champion the art of poetry. Ottawa had a Poet Laureate program that began in 1982, but it stalled in 1990. In 2012, City Council approved a 6-year cultural plan that included a renewed Poet Laureate program. Importantly, the Cultural Plan Renewal Steering Committee recommended the establishment of 2 Ottawa Poets Laureate, one English, the other French, to serve concurrently for a term of 2 years. Verse Ottawa has been working with the Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services Department to draft a Poet Laureate program for City Council approval. The program would be funded by the city in the amount of $25,000 per year, with each laureate receiving a $5,000 honorarium. The remaining funds would cover laureate projects such as taking poetry and literature to the schools, both French and English, and it would also cover administration costs. The program would be administered by Verse Ottawa on behalf of the city. Poetry has a low profile. We don't need galleries, theaters, or concert halls. We meet in libraries, bookstores, restaurants, and pubs. Since we don't require major expenditures, we don't attract a lot of public attention. However, we fill 700 to 1,100 seats per month at poetry events. And we come from all walks of life. We're women and men, students and teachers, working and retired. We're English and French, and we work harmoniously in every poetic genre. Approval of the City Poet Laureate program would serve a significant population at very little cost to the city. We ask for your support for the Poet Laureate program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions to the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Raymond Sullivan, Executive Director of the Centretown Citizens Ottawa Corporation, and Raymond will be followed by Roseanne Cotter, Capital Daycare Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of CCOC. We're a private, nonprofit landlord operating mostly in downtown areas of Ottawa. I'm also here representing the Ottawa Social Housing Network. We are all of the nonprofit housing providers and co-ops that house about 20,000 households across the city. You've got a long day ahead of you still, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. There's 2 points that I wish to address. One is to highlight the opportunity for an increased commitment to the city's housing and homelessness investment plan. And the second is my concern, which is also expressed by my colleague Mike Bilthouse earlier, that we've lost the integrity of that original $14 million commitment from the last term of the last council. I think we're on the same page. Affordable housing and homelessness is consistently mentioned as one of the city's top priorities. And in fact, we've seen a lot of success over the past several years. A dramatic drop in the number of people who are unsheltered, similarly dramatic drop in the number of homeless families in the city, and hundreds of new affordable homes under some stage of development right now with support from the City of Ottawa. And more importantly, what we've done, what you've done, working in partnership with the community, is directly affect the lives of many, many people, many of the more vulnerable people in our city. And some of you were at the Mayor's Breakfast on Housing and Homelessness last Thursday and heard firsthand from some of those people about the impact that it's had on their lives. We're making progress. We've built a lot of momentum over the past several years, and that momentum began with that original $14 million commitment from the last council. It was an opportunity created by an upload from the provincial government, costs taken off of the city's books and put onto the province. And that's an opportunity that still exists. Over the next 4 years, the rest of this term of council, there's approximately $5 million being uploaded in 2015, building to 10, and then 15, and finally $20 million per year from 2018 and onwards. And these are mostly social services costs, expenditures used to mitigate the harsh reality of poverty in the city. And we feel that it's only appropriate that some of the savings or the room that that's create also be applied toward the same ends. During the election campaign, we introduced the idea of adding $2 million a year to that original housing and homelessness investment plan, and we were really pleased that we had pledged support from the mayor and from 18 elected councillors. But as has been pointed out, that money is not yet in the 2015 budget. And we recognize that perhaps the opportunity to do so is through the term of council priority setting exercise that will follow this budget. And I want to urge you to keep investing in what works, to use this opportunity to invest in your own successful housing and homelessness plan, and to turn that $14 million into 16. But of course, I am concerned that the $14 million itself is in jeopardy. Whoops. When I look at the original budget documents released by the city, right in page 6 of the budget at a glance, it says that the $14 million commitment is carried over into the next year. But when I dig into the numbers in the budget, I find that this isn't the case. This was the $14 million capital for building new affordable homes, new supportive housing, many of which are under development right now. And it's too easy to answer
that the city is committing $19 million for the same purposes when $15 million of that is coming from the province, specifically for that purpose. And that money drops down to $10 million in 2016, 17, and 18. Will the city restore its $4 million in those years when it drops? It's too easy to say that the gap created by removing the $4 million is partly allocated or partly filled by taking $2 million from the money raised through affordable housing development charges. Last I checked, there was only about $3.5 million in that fund. So what are we going to do in 2016 and in 2017? It's too easy to say that the gap is partly filled with $2 million from the city's Housing First for Land policy. Again, is this sustainable, and how much is left in that fund? What was so significant about that $4 million in capital from the $14 million from the upload was that it was a sustainable source of capital funding. All those other funds already existed, and the city committed to add $14 million above and beyond those. It was an investment to break beyond the status quo, and it's working. I'm puzzled why we would choose to ease off just when the momentum for success is building and the opportunity is still there with continued upload to go even further. So I'm trying to reconcile what I see in that budget at a glance, saying that the $14 million is extended, when I don't see that in a sustainable way in the actual budget. You know, budget making is difficult. There's a lot of hard choices. Staff have made a valiant attempt to plug those holes, but not, in my view, in a sustainable way. And unless this is corrected, it shows a step backwards from that original $14 million investment plan.
Is that it? Thank you very much. Don't go away, Mr. Sullivan. There was a question for you from Councillor Fleury.
It'd be the same comment previously to Aaron. Aaron, would you like to, as council and committee, we had committed to the $14 million. The sector seems concerned. Can you confirm to committee that our investment in capital and for affordable housing is continuing and will meet the last term's targets?
I think it'll meet or exceed the last term's targets.
In capital?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll be able to share those numbers with Mr. Sullivan and the groups further to this conversation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any other questions? Councillor Nussbaum.
Again, and Chair, if you would like to do this afterwards, feel free.
But don't want to get into a whole protracted discussion, but if it's a clarity question, that's fine.
Well, I hold off and I'll do it later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Roseanne Cotter, Capital Daycare Center, is next, and Ms. Cotter will be followed by Carol Ann Pitchichin.
I'm okay. And I'm the coordinator at Capital Daycare Center. We have been located in Old Ottawa South in Ward 17 for 41 years. Our qualified staff of 9 have 178 years of service combined. We deliver high-quality childcare by providing strong bonds with our children and their families. Historically, we have been viable in our community and always at full enrollment. Now, with the city stepping away from being responsible to the families in our community, it is putting centers like mine and others in jeopardy. When the city council and staff only see their roles directing the fee subsidy and does not pay attention to the stability of child care community, it undermines the families that need reliable child care. Capital Daycare has been affected by chronic underenrollment for the past several years. We hear from parents how the wait list is confusing or they simply do not qualify for a subsidized space and need to seek unlicensed childcare. Because of this, we have empty spaces, subsidized spaces, that if we don't fill will be taken away. When deciding how to allocate unutilized funds, please consider all the families that are in need of quality childcare and the centers that provide it. I ask that when the child care service plan is being developed, that it be done in close consultation with the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cotterill. Questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Carol Ann Pitchichin, Executive Director of Ottawa Festivals d'Ottawa, and then followed by Lauren Hamashek from QP 2204. Good morning. Go ahead. Good morning. Bonjour. My name is Carol Ann Pitchinen. I'm pitching in to help you out. I'm here on behalf of Ottawa Festivals, and I am pleased to address the committee today about the 2015 city budget in support of the city's planned investments in arts, culture, and heritage. Ottawa Festivals is a not-for-profit, member-based organization. We deliver and participate in initiatives that help to build strong and healthy festival, special event, and fair industry that contributes to positive socioeconomic impacts within Canada's capital region. We are 100 members strong, and in 2016, we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. We are very grateful for our robust and effective partnership with the city. Together, we add to Ottawa's vibrancy by bringing communities together. We animate neighborhoods and institutions, make arts, culture, and heritage more accessible, and help brand Ottawa as a world-class tourism destination. Through our partnership, we also create effective networking, best practice, and learning opportunities to support our community of high-performing, innovative, entrepreneurial, and creative cultural and business leaders. We'd like to acknowledge and thank the previous City Council for their unanimous support of the city's 6-year renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture. Ottawa Festivals was very proud to participate in those widespread consultations, and we strongly endorse its multi-year planning model and support the Mayor's desire to move city departments towards this approach. In 2015, the renewed action plan will be midway through its implementation, and we look forward to working with City Council and staff to keep it on track. Ottawa Festival's commitment to that plan includes getting the word out about Ottawa's vibrant local culture. We are continuing dialogue and action towards a centralized ticketing and cultural information hub for the city, especially as we head into 2017. Ottawa Festivals is inspired by and committed to Mayor Watson's 2017 vision. As partners in this vision, we are pleased to see an inflationary increase for cultural grants in the 2015 budget. And as you know, the Mayor has encouraged the city and our network to aim high to support this vision. Our members and arts and culture and heritage community have much to celebrate and accomplish as the city approaches 2017. Now is the pivotal time for our city to make investments in our industry and community as our network gets underway to plan and launch vigorous momentum to animate everything in our orbit and showcase the city to the world. We also welcome the Mayor's call to action to build legacy opportunities, create arts, cultural, and heritage foundations for our city. Ottawa Festivals looks forward to working together with the city, our members, service organizations, tourism, and local business and partners to this end. We wish you great success as you continue to deliberate your 2015 budget. We look forward to working with you in the months ahead as you continue to identify key priorities and strategic initiatives for your term. Ottawa Festivals is also pleased to work in partnership with you to ensure the continued implementation of the renewed action plan among these priorities. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pitchinen. Thanks for pitching in. There we go. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Fleury.
I have a flurry of questions to Rick's points.
You don't have just some levity, not really a question. Okay. Okay, so no questions. Thank you. And we'll move to Laura Hamashek. Let's see how she does with her name. And Lauren Hamashek from QP 2204, followed by Alexandra Badzak and Deborah Margot from Director and CEO in the Ottawa Art Gallery and Vice Chair of Board of Directors.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Hamashek, and I'm here today representing QP Local 2204 and 300...
Lauren, can you speak right into the mic?
Yes. I'm here today representing QP Local 2204 and 300 early childhood educators, cooks, cleaners, clerical, and specialized staff working in 12 childcare agencies here in Ottawa. Thank you for this opportunity to present. I'm here today to raise concern about the direction Council seems to have set for its childcare system, and that is evident in this budget. Early learning and childcare is at a pivotal point in Ontario. The province's modernization of childcare gives this city a real opportunity to begin to envision a truly comprehensive, seamless, quality early learning and care system for all children and families in this city. Instead, Council's focus seems to be on finding year-over-year cost savings at administrative efficiencies in its own budget. This is creating real hardship for families with young children in your community partners in the childcare sector. This prime directive to find internal savings at all costs has seen an overall percentage drop in the gross expenditure in community social services over the past 5 years from 23% to 22%, or about $38 million. This comes at a time of rising inequality and increased demand on services. The budget document acknowledges that fee subsidy funding has been underspent by $2.6 million, and yet we see centres have closed because they could not fill spaces. In a note to the community, city staff have blamed this underutilization on childcare programs not taking responsibility of marketing their programs, filling spaces, or utilizing their budgets. It would seem that instead of having a planned system, we are being pushed into the marketplace where the care and education of young children is sold to the lowest bidder and where vital community services fall or rise based on their advertising prowess. What the city fails to acknowledge is that your community partners are in real upheaval as we try to transition services to younger children without any overall planning. What it fails to recognize is that the majority of families who need fee subsidy do not qualify, hence empty spaces. We hope that the fact that families are struggling to find and afford care is not irrelevant to this council, and we want to ensure that the fact that we are losing quality childcare programs is relevant without focusing only on finding year-over-year internal savings and not planning for the needs of residents in this city. At this time of tremendous change, the city has earmarked $1 million of the $2 million in new provincial core service funding to reduce its own internal childcare costs. Yet we know there's $4 million in upload dollars, some of which could be used to support the childcare community through this change. We want to know how this money will remain within the CPS funding envelope and be available to help your childcare system to adapt to the incredible changes we are facing. We want a good process as the city begins to develop its childcare service plan. We would like the CPS members to take a more active, hands-on approach to system planning and be part of envisioning an early learning and care system that will benefit children and families in this city now and into the future. We want to know if this city's intention, if it is this city's intention to abandon its childcare system to the marketplace where quality services are sacrificed to profit motives and competitive advantages.
Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Fleury.
Again, question to Aaron through this. Aaron, I know there's a change in systems the past years that the subsidy is attached to the family or the kid that deserves the subsidy, but the total amount of subsidy remains the same, just in a new system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's essentially it. We haven't moved to a fully floating system. That's where we are. Our current discussions are to have that completed between 2016 and 2017 in terms of floating the subsidy. There are a number of different elements with respect to this which are coming forward in April as part of that as part of the next service plan. Part of that, in addition, is the province does not work on the same budget cycle that we do. They work on the fiscal year, whereas we work on the calendar year. So some of their information is just coming into us now in terms of how much dollars they're actually going to invest and expend. We just received notification that there's an additional $8.5 million to be distributed to the child care areas with respect to a new wage enhancement fund that they have announced. We've just got the details in the last couple of weeks, so we'll be working and scrambling between now and the end of April to get that child care service plan put together and put reasonable recommendations in terms of this. But I think in terms of the overall expenditures and subsidies, in terms of the overall expenditures, it's pretty much the same as it's been, if not more.
Thank you. Based on those changes, you'll send a note when you have more information to committee?
There'll be quite, we're looking now at, this is quite a technically challenging file, I often say, with respect to childcare. I think the province could make it more complicated. I'm just not sure how. So I think this is one of the areas where it's very complicated, and they are simplifying things, and those simplifications will mean changes to the industry. I think one of the things that's fair to say is there is a lot of duress and a lot of stress right now within the agencies as a result of the early learning sharing rollout. That applies to virtually every agency across the entire city. And our mandate and what we're required to do now has also been changed as a result of legislation just passed at the end of the last year. So we're also working through those guidelines and what the province actually wants us to be doing. Now as they're legislated, basically they've legislated us as their service manager, but we're also required to represent their interests, in other words, the provincial interest.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for being here. Oh, Councilor McKenney. Now, these is questions to delegations, right? If it's going to be in Mr. Burry, it's high level right out of this delegation, or you have to wait? Thank you. Okay. It's getting close to lunch. Okay, so Alexandra Badzak and Deborah Marco are next, and they will be followed by Kathy Jordan, Executive Director of the Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre.
Thank you so much, Chair, Deans, Councillors. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. As Director and CEO of the Ottawa Art Gallery, we were so proud to hear Mayor Watson reiterate in his speech, his budget speech in the State of the City address, that the OEG expansion and the Arts Court redevelopment project was a 2017 legacy initiative for the city, and felt really that this was an opportunity to introduce ourselves to the new councillors and to this committee. This is really an exciting time for the arts community in Ottawa. Together we are truly building a cultural legacy to tell Ottawa's art story, one that stands up to and complements our national institutions. 2017, when we open the doors to the new facility, will mark a coming of age for the Ottawa Art Gallery. We will finally have an art centre that will be on par with other great municipal art galleries and regional art galleries across Canada, and it will be a state-of-the-art facility with the highest museum standards that will provide more opportunities to obviously showcase our amazing and valuable art collections, feature contemporary art, and then, of course, welcome many of our arts partners within our 250-seat multi-purpose room space. The OEG expansion physically and programmatically will be connected to the redevelopment of Arts Court, and this will culminate in one city block dedicated to unparalleled access to the arts, all part of a new public realm plan for the district, which will include, of course, the expansion of Rideau Centre, the new LRT, a new hotel, the redevelopment of Rideau Street, and a new gateway pedestrian mall on Nicholas Street. This exciting project was many years in the making and emerged from years of planning and research, community support, and of course the leadership of the city. And we have so many people in this room and around this table to thank for that. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank Deputy City Manager Steve Kanalakis in particular for his leadership on this project. So on that note, I'd like to pass the mic to our Vice Chair, Artist and Professor, Deborah Marco.
C'est un honneur de vous parler aujourd'hui. C'est ma première fois, alors j'essaie mon mieux. Thanks, Alex. As an artist and a long-term OAG board member, I can't tell you how gratifying it has been to see the OAG expansion project developing from first a significant need that was determined by the arts community 10 years ago, and then a feasibility study, and now the detailed design plan to a fully developed construction project that is about to break ground shortly in the next few weeks. This project is the perfect example of the community working on all levels of at the City of Ottawa to bring forth a strong cultural legacy. Much like the LRT project, the new CFL team, and the TD Stadium, I know that we will be looking back on the OAG expansion and the Arts Court project as a game changer for this city. A moment when in just a few short years we will have realized multiple major civic infrastructure projects. These are complex projects, including various levels of government support and, in some cases, public-private partnerships. The city should be commended for leading the charge on community consultation, priority setting, and long-term planning. Our project, which will see the gallery expanding more than 4 times its current size in a new purpose-built space, was set as a key priority, as mentioned by Deputy City Manager Steve Kanalakis in the Council-approved renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture. On behalf of the Ottawa Art Gallery, staff, board, fast-growing number of supporters. We continue to look forward to working with Mayor Watson, his staff, councillors, city managers, and the impressive project team that the city has assembled to make the OAG expansion and Arts Court project a reality. Thank you so much.
And thank you both so much. Any questions? Seeing none, we will go to our next delegation, which is Kathy Jordan, Executive Director of the Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre. And Ms. Jordan will be followed by Diana Carter and Catherine Lindquist.
Madam Chair and committee members, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre is very proud of the long-standing relationship that we have had with our city councillors for our area and with our partnership with city staff. We know from first-hand experience the importance of working together, and that way we can accomplish a great deal on behalf of the residents of our community, and in particular those who are most vulnerable. I spoke about the city budget and the importance of this partnership at the West End consultation last week. Today, I'd like to focus on the need to continue efforts to ensure that all those living in Ottawa have access to safe and affordable housing. At our November board meeting, we heard from Rosie, a former client of Chrysalis House. Chrysalis House is a 25-bed shelter for abused women and children operated by Western Ottawa Community Resource Centre. I cannot do justice to Rosie's story, but I'll try to capture the essence. Rosie described her life 10 years ago, a new immigrant to Canada, able to speak very little English, no professional training or education, and 3 young children. And a husband who took every opportunity to beat her, tell her she was worthless, and that no one could possibly care about her. She felt trapped. She had to be sure that her children had a place to live, and since she had no income, she believed there was no place for her to go. This horrible existence was better than nothing. At least it provided a roof over their heads. The beatings became increasingly severe, and Rosie feared for her life and for the lives of her children. Fortunately, she learned about Chrysalis House and somehow found the strength to take the risk to reach out. She loaded her children into a taxi and asked to be taken to the shelter, all the while praying that someone would pay for the taxi and that she would not be turned away. Rosie is a success story. Today, she found the support she needed at Chrysalis House, and she learned that she is a very special person. She's now working at a local community agency, and her children are finishing high school and university, and she's so proud of how her life turned out. I'd like to tell you that the success was entirely as a result of the support offered by the staff at Western Ottawa, but key to turning her life around was the fact that Rosie and her children were able to move into a unit with Ottawa Community Housing. Without safe and affordable housing, she might very well have been forced to return to live with the man who'd been abusing her. Over the past 4 years, the city has made great strides in creating more affordable housing and eliminating homelessness through the Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan, and subsequently by adopting a 10-year plan to address homelessness and housing. During the fall election campaign, many of you pledged your support to continue to make progress on this priority issue. I have to confess I'm not an expert in the funding details for the housing initiative, and quite frankly get a little lost in the $14 million investment, commitments to $2 million, increased costs that need to be factored in, uploads, downloads, so I'm not going there, and you've already heard from other people about that. What I can tell you is that since Rosie stayed at Chrysalis House 10 years ago, approximately 1,200 women and children have stayed at the shelter. They're the lucky ones, because Chrysalis House is always filled to capacity. Last year alone, we turned away 303 women. The lack of safe, affordable housing has many impacts. While waiting for housing, women and children must remain at Chrysalis House for extended periods of time, and the wait time is especially lengthy for women with large families and single women. Not only does this put their lives on hold, but it means that shelter beds are always full and we must turn women away. And if appropriate housing is not available, options for these women are bleak, some of whom make the decision to return to the abuser. I'm encouraged to see that housing and homelessness is being considered as a strategic initiative in the new term council priorities. and I would encourage you to ensure that these priorities include a commitment of funding that will continue with the momentum of the previous council towards safe and affordable housing for all. The goal for the 10-year plan entitled A Home for Everyone is to end long-term homelessness, and the plan envisions a city where everyone has safe and affordable home in the neighborhood they choose to live. If we were to achieve these goals, we need to ensure that we continue to build on the progress of the last few years. For Rosie and for many others like her, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to Diana Carter and Catherine Lindquist from Ottawa Museum Network and the Council of Heritage Organizations Ottawa, and they'll be followed by Brenda Frey from Dalhousie Parents Daycare.
Diana Carter is not here at this time. She had a board meeting. She may join us, but what I would like to try and do then after my points is try and skip through some of hers on her behalf, and she has provided a written submission to the Secretariat. Merci Madame la Présidente, membres du comité. The Council of Heritage Organizations in Ottawa, le Conseil des organismes du patrimoine d'Ottawa, CHUCOPO, is pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you regarding the 2015 draft budget. Established 25 years ago, CHUCOPO is a not-for-profit umbrella organization serving cultural heritage organizations across Greater Ottawa. We play a lead role in developing and sustaining Ottawa's heritage sector and ensuring local residents have access to heritage. Our members include local museums, historical, archaeological, and genealogical societies, heritage community alliances, membership and network organizations, educators, researchers, interpreters, and aficionados. We are grateful for the multi-year financial support we receive from the City of Ottawa. It enables us to work together to strengthen the heritage foundations and experiences that help make Ottawa such an attractive city to all who visit, live, work, or invest here. And it enables us to serve our members. On their behalf, we advocate and undertake strategic initiatives, promote and showcase their offerings, provide capacity-building training and development, and keep them informed and connected. Heritage Day, held here Tuesday, is an example of our work in both showcasing and connecting our members to the community, elected reps, media, and each other. We also leverage public and private partnerships, funding and grants to secure additional resources required to present special events and programming, such as Bytown Days, July 30th to August 3rd, including the 20th annual Colonel By Day at the Rideau Canal, and our Emerging Cultural Professionals Conference to be held here at City Hall on March 21st. Many of our members in turn receive city funding and leverage that investment with additional support from the public and private sectors. Like CHUCOPO, they have been working hard to deliver more with less. We believe the 2015 draft budget may contemplate maintaining current funding levels for Ottawa's heritage sector, which may pose some continued challenges to do the same. We understand, however, that $37.4 million in funding will be allocated to newly established strategic initiatives of this new council and administration, and that these are expected to include, among others, arts and culture and Ottawa 2017 initiatives. We very much look forward to working with you in the heritage community to identify and implement strategic initiatives that will contribute to Ottawa's vitality and economic development before, during, and long after 2017. In his budget speech, Mayor Watson underscored the following, which CHUCOPO strongly supports: the need for multi-year funding, implementing multi-year plans for key priorities such as arts and culture to ensure we have a clear direction, and notably the Renewable Action Plan for Arts, Heritage, and Culture in Ottawa, creating citywide assets that bring people together to celebrate, create, and innovate, maintaining the services and investments required to build on our city's momentum. Heritage is an essential community component that contributes significantly to the quality of life, cultural identity, and economic prosperity of our city and its residents. CHUCOPO will continue to work in collaboration with the city and its heritage community to build on that foundation and momentum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Any questions? Seeing none, Brenda Frey is...
I think you will have Diana Carter from the Ottawa Museum Network's submission for the record, and I think I will highlight just a few points for her on her behalf. The Ottawa Museum Network supports 11 community museums. Through a coordinated approach, the OMN delivers common services, such as implementing advertising campaigns, promoting awareness of the museums to increase the number of visitors, and communicating the value proposition of museums to stakeholders. The OMN works to ensure a relevant and sustainable community museum sector in Ottawa for the benefit of Ottawa residents and visitors. Heritage arts and cultural organizations play a critically important role for the City of Ottawa in achieving its objectives for a prosperous and sustainable city. This is a quote, "Culture is internationally recognized as one of the 4 pillars of community sustainability alongside the environment, the economy, and the social sphere from the renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture." Multi-year funding investment approach is strongly supported by OMN, as proposed in the Mayor's 2015 budget address. As is continuing and renewed investment in the arts, culture, and heritage plan. It's important for the City in order to sustain and reap the result of its efforts into the future. Comprehensive funding approaches need to consider a multitude of items such as sustained and stable funding, capital support to maintain existing infrastructure, support for special initiatives for new and emerging needs, and implementation of innovative initiatives or key event celebrations such as 2017. Due to the City's support, the heritage arts and cultural organizations have been successful in leveraging investment and strategic partnerships to bring additional financial investment to the City, enhance and continuously improve Ottawa's rich heritage and culture for public enjoyment. It also helps us to position the City as a leading tourist destination. Cultural industries writ large accounted for 704,000 jobs, a 4% share of the labour force in Canada, and close to 5% share of jobs in Ottawa. This is from Statistics Canada. In closing, she would like to thank this committee, Mayor Jim Watson, City Councillors and staff for their continued support of the heritage, arts and cultural sector. For those who have not had the opportunity to visit us, we invite you to contact us. We will be delighted to meet with you and introduce our organizations, museums. When we see you at our events, it's really appreciated, and we would like to thank you for your ongoing participation at our museums and in our city's rich history and culture. The OMN looks forward to continuing our partnership with the City of Ottawa and enriching our cultural organizations so we can tell Ottawa's story for the benefit of Ottawa residents and visitors. Thank you on behalf of Diana Carter.
And thank you. And there was a question, so don't go away, Catherine. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, just a comment, Catherine. I just wanted to say congratulations. I thought the Tuesday Heritage Day activities at City Hall were fantastic. You did a great job, and if you can pass on to the membership my thanks for hosting such a great opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Absolutely, I'd be delighted to pass that on. And I do know that a number of councillors who'd hoped to come were held up at the Environmental Services Committee, so we'll look forward to seeing them next year. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Brenda Frey is not here, so we're going to move to Brian Wade, the chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and Mr. Wade will be followed by Jane Humphrey and Heidi Goldberg from Cowie.
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Brian Wade, and I want to thank you for letting me speak today on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee and our comments about the 2015 budget. Overall, the proposed 2015 budget is what one would expect. We're glad to see a number of capital project items, tasks that are related to accessibility, such as replacing asphalt, outside lighting, sidewalks, and curbs. And we assume that these will be designed and constructed to promote accessibility. The AAC would support the use of the new LED lights, as per the presentation we received at our last meeting. Likewise, we are pleased to see that a number of the capital projects listed are noted under an accessibility category. However, we are concerned about the large amount of money unspent at this time on said accessibility projects, and I refer to page 168 of the budget document. On page 46, it notes that the Community and Social Services Department is implementing a new business model focused on integrating programs and delivering service seamlessly. Once fully integrated, CSS will offer one point of service for applicants and clients that will efficiently deliver service that is consistent and coordinated. This cross-disciplinary approach will be more responsive to the multiple needs of our community. The 4 social support centers will be access points for delivery and case management of the Ontario Works, employment services, home support services, essential health and social supports, children's services, and housing services. We feel that having all these services in one spot will ultimately make things more accessible and remove barriers for those requiring those services. However, we do wonder, are these centers accessible? Where are they located? And how easy are they really to get to? Are they on OC Transpo mini routes? We are aware that the city is moving ahead on its housing and homelessness initiatives, which put more emphasis on the provision of appropriate housing. As more funds are put into the appropriate housing, less is going towards the temporary shelters and supports. Therefore, we are concerned about the waiting lists to get into accessible and affordable housing. We are concerned that 70% of the actions associated with the city's older adult plan were completed by the end of 2014. Having had a presentation on the older adult plan and an opportunity to contribute to the development of a revised plan, we feel that there should be a specific budget item associated with this plan. We are pleased to see that the Ottawa Fire Services is continuing to roll out mental health first aid training, and that over 1,100 city staff and management have received training on the use of equity and inclusion lens. We feel that this sort of training promotes accessibility by helping to remove unseen barriers. On page 19, within the OFS section, it's noted that there is an 80,000 increase in communication. Do these communications include communicating with the public? And if so, do they follow accessibility standards? We also have a question about the public engagement strategy and the kit that was developed for staff. Is this kit accessible? Has it been reviewed for accessibility? One of the AEC's main priorities has been transportation. We have received numerous presentations on various transportation-related topics, and we have submitted comments to the Transit Commission and to the Transportation Committee. On page 40 of the budget document, it's good to see that accessible taxi cab licensing is the same as regular taxi cab licensing. However, we do ask, do we still need to have 2 categories? Because it's our understanding that taxis are encouraged to switch over at time of renewal. Another concern for the AEC is the overall well-being of seniors and people with disabilities. Given that many seniors and people with disabilities have complicated medical and health concerns, having fast access to emergency care is vital. The budget on page 25 notes a decrease in the 2014 of the CTAS response time standard, which is still above the target of 75%. But we wanted to know, are there any plans within the context of this budget to increase this statistic? The budget document, again, page 27, also notes a 69,000 decrease in materials and services. Will this decrease have an impact on the quantity and quality of medical supplies used or patient care? And if I may, I do have a couple of personal notes that a few of our committee members have also expressed interest in, and that's many seniors and people with disabilities have pets, many of whom are on fixed budgets. On page 40, there's a note that indicates removing sort of a discount for having pets microchipped. And we want to wonder, will this removing the discount reduce motivation to get pets microchipped and registered? However, in the small print of the budget, it does say that the simplified categories with regards to pet registration are required to provide access to online service. And if this is the case, then we definitely do support the online access, because that will make it more easier for seniors and people with disabilities to get their pets registered. On page 35, it goes into...
Mr. Wade, your time's up, so if you could wrap up, that would be great.
I just had one more point, and that was just about shelters, the animal shelters, and the fact that other departments' facilities have increased, but there's no increase to the animal shelter budgets. So anyway, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Don't go away. There is a question. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's not really a question, it's more of a comment on the work of the Accessibility Advisory Committee over the last couple of years, along with the chairmanship of Mr. Wade. for that committee, and also congratulations for being elected to the next term of Accessibility Advisory Committee. Some of the questions that you posed, I think at the first committee meeting, maybe that's the place to handle those questions, and we will get some answers for you from staff for that particular meeting. And as I noticed that the Accessibility Advisory Committee did have some great input in terms of the OC Transpo operations as well as the LRT operations. And one of those examples is your committee's work in terms of working with the OC Transpo for paratransport acquisition of new equipment. So thank you for that, and on my behalf and the committee's behalf, thank you to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for doing a good job in the past.
Thank you very much on behalf of the committee from the past term and for all those that are going to be on the committee coming for this term as well. Thank you. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wade. I just had a quick question on, you covered a lot of topics, and hopefully we can touch a bit on that after the break with staff, but specific question on the $8 million that you said for communications. You asked if there's more, or are we addressing in that the accessibility issues? So is your sense that we're not, and if we're not, what can we do as part of that $8 million to improve communications?
I'm sorry, it was more 80,000. Well, it was an 8 million, which is 80,000 increase in communication. I'm a little bit nervous. I apologize. But no, the Accessibility Committee would definitely like to review any policies or procedures that the city may have with regards to communication accessibility wise. Because I know that we've had a few presentations in the past, specifically the older adult plan that does have a communication component to it.
If there's any specific suggestions that you have that we can incorporate into that, certainly if not for this year and future years, be happy to get more details in writing on that from you. Thank you.
The committee will definitely be submitting comments to this committee. It's our parents' committee, so look out for those comments and suggestions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kakish. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wade. We'll move now to Jane Humphrey and Heidi Goldberg from Cowie, and they will be followed by Peter Honeywell and Victoria Steele from the Ottawa Arts Council and OAE Arts Council.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Goldberg, and this is my colleague Khadija. June Humphrey is unable to attend. Today we are speaking on behalf of the City for All Women's Initiative, otherwise known as Cowie. As you may know, Cowie is an organization of women from diverse communities, organizations, and universities working with city decision makers and community leaders to create a more inclusive city and advance gender equality. Firstly, I would like to commend Council for including the gang exit strategy as a priority within the 2015 draft budget and allocating $400,000 towards this strategy. At the same time, I am very concerned about cuts to the city's social services over the past few years. In 2014, the city spent less money on community services as part of the overall city budget than it did in 2010, despite our increases in population and diversity over that period. The following are just some of the results of the budget cuts. 49 FTEs have been eliminated in community and social services over the past 4 years. The employment development initiatives focusing on marginal youth was eliminated in 2012. The agency's Sustainability Fund, a source of much-needed resources for the city's community-based service delivery partners, was deferred in 2011 and never reconsidered. This has left the sector increasingly stretched as it works to respond to increasing demands. There is a staff comment in the rationale to the 2014 city budget to the effect that the trends observed in the area of community and social services, including increased demands and fewer staff, are not sustainable. In the end, it is those who are already at their most vulnerable who suffer the most as a result of this situation. With proper supports, many individuals and families in crisis are able to put themselves back onto their feet and remain self-sufficient. Without adequate supports, difficulties fester and become more complex, further eroding health and well-being. Social services affect everyone. It is crucial that Ottawa invest adequately in community and social services in proportion to our population growth and increasing diversity. This is an investment in the future health, well-being, and prosperity of our city.
The Good afternoon again. My name is Khadija Khan Potter. I'm speaking on behalf of June Humphrey, who is not able to be here today. The 2015 budget document states that the 2014 child care budget was underspent by $2.6 million, due primarily to the fact that the full-day kindergarten resulted in the use of fewer child care subsidies. It also notes that the child care reserve fund now stands at $8.7 million. At the same time, the child care programs are closing due to the lack of both subsidies and fee-paying children, while there remains a pressing need, particularly for the quality licensed child care spaces for children not yet old enough for kindergarten. We have some questions for the city staff and/or city councilors to help us better understand how the 2015 draft city budget will allocate existing resources to help clear the backlog of Ottawa families waiting for affordable, quality child care. If the answers cannot be provided today, we would be happy to receive the information during the budget process to allow us to give further input. Our questions are: what are the specific ways in which the city's child care service plan will address the need to maintain or increase quality licensed child care spaces for children not yet old enough for kindergarten? Second, will the city use the child care reserve fund and unspent dollars from 2014 to maintain and increase child care spaces? On the positive note, we are very pleased to hear that the Child Care Development Charges Reserve Fund will be used towards child care facilities growth. We look forward to hearing from you to help us better understand how the city is addressing the issue of affordable, quality child care. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? So I think we have the copy of the questions. Normally the process here is we ask the questions, but you don't really get to, so hopefully somebody will ask them on your behalf.
Thank you.
Our final delegation is Peter Honeywell and Victoria Steele.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente et membres du comité. Nous vous remercions beaucoup pour cette occasion de parler de l'importance de la scène artistique à Ottawa, qui est en pleine croissance. Our two local arts councils have been working with Ottawa's arts community for over 30 years to build a vibrant and sustainable sector. As bilingual nonprofit organizations, we represent a combined membership of over 650 individual artists and arts organizations from all arts disciplines at all levels of practice, located in all parts of the city. We serve the community by creating opportunities for these artists, by celebrating the city's artists, by providing promotional, professional development, and shared resources, and by collaborating with numerous partners on key important citywide initiatives. We would like to thank previous City Council for the unanimous support of the city's 6-year renewed action plan for arts culture. This plan will enter its 3rd year of implementation in 2015. We strongly endorse this multi-year planning model that is consistent with the Mayor's desire for this type of planning for city departments. And as we reach the midpoint of this plan, we look forward to working with the city and staff and council to make sure that this plan does remain on track. As many of you know, the community invested considerable efforts in 2012 to build a long-range course of action to address cultural priorities in the city.
The arts plan was initiated with several critical cultural capital infrastructure projects as a major focus, and much has been accomplished in the last couple of years. Construction is about to begin for the Arts Court expansion and a new home for the Ottawa Art Gallery. And it was very good news to hear from Steve Kanalakis today that funds have been set aside for La Nouvelle Scène. These capital investments are timely and essential. The Mayor has repeatedly reminded us that ultimately it's the creativity and innovation of the artists and arts organizations who are going to make the magic happen. On the operational side, according to the city's approved arts plan in 2013, we saw 309 arts, heritage, and festival activities taking place, and it's as broad as major international festivals in the areas of blues, of jazz, and of classical music. We also engage youth in the schools programs, training programs, working specifically with Francophone artists, hosting thousands of young people in often inadequate spaces, and we also see new and exciting industry projects developing, such as Megaphone that John Bartlett initiated a couple of weeks ago.
The city's research shows that direct funding to arts organizations is the most cost-effective way to ensure the delivery of quality cultural activities. Studies completed between 2006 and 10 show the powerful leveraging of municipal funding investments. For $1 of municipal money, it leverages between $6 and $12 from the private sector and other levels of public funding. We're very pleased to see that the 2015 budget includes a provision for inflationary increase for cultural grants. Yet, as we meet the midway point of the arts plan, there remains much to be accomplished. Many planned initiatives for 2014 were postponed, and some that you've heard about today.
2015 is a pivotal year to continue investment in the culture plan and build on the enthusiasm that the community demonstrated as we embarked on this venture in 2012. We have numerous cultural and tourism opportunities that can be offered as we approach the 2017 celebrations, and I know Carol Ann Pitchinen was pitching that earlier. It is a really pivotal year, and some of that organizing needs to happen this year, or those groups simply will not be able to carry through on the level of activity that they hope to produce in 2017. We do hope, though, that, as the Mayor has said, 2017 will offer a year of legacy-building investment. It won't just be a great party. We know our community would like to see more opportunities for people to discover the arts in this diverse region, and that in many ways is the microcosm of Canada.
We're confident that your 2015 budget deliberations will be reflective and forward-thinking. In the months to come, Council will identify key priorities and strategic initiatives for the full term of Council, and we look forward to working with you to ensure that completion of the cultural plan will be amongst those priorities. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, that ends the public delegation portion of today's agenda. And thank you to all the members of the public who came out to offer some help and advice to our committee. I'm going to propose a half-hour lunch break before we go to questions to staff. So it's 12:15 now. I'd ask you to be on time coming back at 12:45 so that we can get the questions underway at that time. Good afternoon, everyone. It's almost 1 o'clock. We're 15 minutes behind, but I know there was a lot of... Hello? Okay, so we're going to get started. I know we were a little late getting started, but there was a traffic jam in the cafeteria. So, Mr. Kanalakis, the way I'm hoping to proceed is if you could bring back your general managers, we will do all of our questions on the whole budget first, and then we'll take any specific motions that there might be arising out of that. So we'll just give the general managers a moment to come back to the table. I have a speakers list going if anybody isn't on it that wants to be. No? Anybody? No? Okay. Okay, I'm going to kick off the questions, and my first question, I know that this budget has been built with some risk in it, so to each of the general managers, I wanted to ask the same question. How much risk is in this budget in your areas, and if you could just outline what that risk is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Emergency and Protective Services, we're confident with the budget going forward that, based on what's being recommended, that we can deliver services this year. As I indicated earlier in my presentation, we will be coming back to committee on an overview and of the next 3 years for this term of council, what our challenges are with respect to growth. The station location study, of course, with respect to fire services is we've done a fairly comprehensive review, continuing to work in that regard. We'll have that opportunity to meet with this committee and get direction, but I can guarantee you, and I'm very confident that the budget that's before you today will manage to provide the services that are required in emergency and protective services for this year.
In terms of the budget for community and social services, the one area of some risk is related to the social housing expenditures, and particularly the $1.5 million we would be moving from reserves into operating should we need that as part of the reconciliation at the end of the year. If that's required, then we do have to find an ongoing operating solution to that pressure, because we can't continue to remove things from reserves indefinitely.
Madam Chair, probably two main areas of risk. One is the reintroduction of increases to fees and how quickly, because this is a late budget, relatively speaking, because of the election, how quickly we can kick in some of those increased rates to achieve the target that's in the budget. The other one relates to labor relations and the arbitration with respect to our summer staff, a good part of which are being unionized, and what that will end up doing to compensation for summer work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for those answers. So when I got back to Community and Protective Services, I found a few hidden landmines, and probably the biggest one that I didn't really know about was this whole SAMS fiasco. And I have to say, what I've discovered about the SAMS implementation is this is shades of Presto to me all over again. And if it could be worse than Presto, I think it is. And it is because this Presto, we were only one, so the province dealt directly with us and they could do a Made in Ottawa solution to address Presto. But unfortunately, with the SAMS implementation, we're one of 47 municipalities across the province that all have the same problem, and they're all trying to get the attention of the province to address these issues. So it has made it that much more difficult for us. And right from the beginning, there was no end-to-end one testing of the system. They just turned off one, and part of the problem is they can't turn it back on. The more time goes by, the less probability of going back to the old system. And so it appears that we're stuck with SAMS, and I know that we don't know the whole implication of SAMS because the system was so unstable. we can't even assess the new normal. We don't even know what the new time it's going to take in order to process those applications going forward. So I know the province sent us some money. I think they sent us about $250,000, and I know that we've already burned through that. So my question is, how much more do we need to get through this fiscal year, and is that money in the budget?
At this point, it's very difficult to give you an exact amount of money as to how much we would need. We know right now that we're burning somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000 a week going through this. It will depend on how quickly and how stable they're able to make the system, and we have no information about that until mid-April at this point, based on what the province is telling us. So that means we'll go through 2 more pay cycles, the end of February, the end of March, with an unstable system. That means that the week before and the week after, there's a tremendous amount of extra work and busy work that's generated in duplications. The best estimate that we have at this point would be to say for the balance of this year, it's another $2.2 million in staff resourcing, and that would be predicated on them delivering on some of the things that they've said they're going to deliver. If they don't, I would estimate easily adding another $1.8 million to that number, depending on the staffing and so on. So 12 FTEs translates into about $1 million. Most of the things that we're going to need when you're looking at other temporary measures would be far more than that.
So we could have a $4 million SAMS hole in our budget.
If the continued performance, and so I think trying to understand this is hard because you're not just talking about a social services, what does this thing do and what's the difference compared to it? What the province has essentially done is designed a system that uploads a whole bunch of more requirements on staff in setting up cases. It asks a ton of questions which are not really relevant to social assistance in many respects. So why are they even asking the questions? That is adding the amount of time. So we might have done an application in 20 to 30 minutes. These are now taking an hour and a half to 2 hours to 3 hours. If it's a problem case, one that is essentially someone coming back on assistance who was on assistance prior to November the 6th, that case can get days to resolve, if it can be resolved at all, because of all the conflicts that are happening. This system is highly referential. What that means is that it goes back out and it checks every single step of everything. If it finds something that's incorrect, it locks up the file. That's what is taking so much time, and we do not have local experts here in Ottawa who can quickly diagnose that that file is going to lock up. We have to kind of find it by accident and then report it to Toronto and then wait for basically Toronto's experts to unravel what's wrong with that particular file. It also generates a tremendous amount of errors because it references old information and it calculates things wrongly. So then we have to have multiple steps to make sure that no check goes out that's incorrect or no amount incorrect. The other piece of this is that, for whatever reason, certain benefits just fail to appear at the end of the month. So bus pass monies, drug cards, all these types of things over the last month fail to appear. When those things fail, then clients have to come in and we have to try and reconcile this afterwards. And I think, as most of you know, it's always much harder to fix something after it's been basically messed up than it is to do it the first time. And that's where we've been basing our entire system, is on doing things once, doing it the first time. Now we're doing things multiple times.
Okay, and what about the burnout factor for our staff? Because I know we've been putting in huge amounts of overtime. So is there another cost in terms of the human cost that is there, and how are we addressing that in terms of just keeping our staff able to work?
So this has been an ongoing challenge. We're basically in the middle of a very almost urgent or emergency situation constantly. We don't know what we're dealing with. For our staff, every Monday when they come in, they're going to get a different view and a different image than they were working with last week. It's going to it'll solve some problems, but it creates a whole bunch of new ones. So in that kind of environment, staff are having a very hard time learning and getting comfortable with what's going on. So that's where a lot of the frustration and the burnout comes with, is there's no predictability. You may be able to touch a file last Wednesday, they do some upgrades and changes, now the file that was working for a client doesn't work this week. That's what's driving the level of frustration, the amount of time, the inability to actually serve someone when they're in front of you, because you're not going to know that that file is not going to work until you have a client in front of you and you go to actually access it. That is province-wide. There's extreme frustration, and then when things really break down, then we have to do things what we refer to as manually. In other words, we can still get a payment, still get things done, but the work is not completed. It's as though all the effort we spent up to get a manual payment is for naught or lost. So that's where a lot of the frustration and the burnout is going to come from. In addition, it is a much more complicated system to use. It's not simple to use this. This requires a lot of upfront work. So getting things turned around quickly on behalf of a client, giving good customer service, those are the things that have really been impacted.
Okay, thank you. And just for the edification of the committee members, we have been doing a lot of work on this behind the scenes. We have invited Minister Jasek to come to Ottawa and see for herself the impacts on our employees and on our clients. And let's not forget, the people most affected here are our most vulnerable citizens. If they don't get a check, if the system doesn't work, they don't eat. And so this is a serious, serious situation. And I think we've made a number of short-term requests to the province, as well as we're trying to put together a longer-term understanding of what the implications for this municipality are of this new system. So I think we might, at some future date, put this on an agenda to have a bigger discussion around SAMS and what's happening, just to keep the committee informed. I wanted to move on to Parks and Rec and the user fees, the 2%. I know after a 4-year freeze, I'm sure you're happy to say 2%, but I know there's another issue too, and the other issue is around the harmonization of fees. That hasn't happened. So Mr. Chenier, if you could just talk to us about what that issue is and how you would see us addressing that issue going forward.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Over the last 4 years with the freeze on, we've had no ability to increase any of our fees. In 2010, when we last were able to increase fees, we had put together a plan to start to harmonize much of the fees that are left that were not harmonized early on after amalgamation. So members might know that some of our citywide programs, things like swimming lessons, skating lessons, our memberships, are harmonized, and if you go to the East End, the West End, the core of the city, you will pay the same amount for the same service. As you get into more specialized, special interest programs, things like summer camps, individualized programs, sports programs, the fees still have significant disparities in terms of by geography, by type of facility. And a lot of work has gone into developing a harmonized set of fees across the city so that you will get the same cost for the same program no matter where you go. It still allows for flexibility of pricing for different products, but it prices apples with apples and oranges with oranges, essentially. With the implementation of the 4-year freeze on fees, harmonization does require some fees to go down and some fees to go up to arrive at a standard fee across the city. And because some of the fees had to go up, we were not able to proceed. So there is a backlog in that work that needs to be done that doesn't get captured by the 2% inflationary increase that we're putting onto those, because in some cases the range of fee variations is beyond the 2%. And so that is work that we still need to come back to council with some recommendations. So our intent would be, outside the budget process, to come forward to get a separate approval to move ahead with harmonization and the authority, where required, to be able to adjust prices beyond the 2%, not to capture economic increase costs, but to be able to harmonize the prices. So that'd be our intent into 2015.
So when in 2015 would you hope to do that, Mr. Chenier?
Probably in the second quarter.
Okay, so if your recommendation was to harmonize up some fees in some areas, I think the question to Ms. Donnelly then is, would this committee and council have the authority to make some changes through the harmonization process of fees in 2015, or would we have to wait till the next budget cycle in 2016?
Previous councils have made mid-year adjustments. The issue will always be ensuring we have appropriate notification and everything else, but you're still setting a 2015 budget with this budget, so whatever you do going forward would be, I mean, remember, we do 2 budgets this year. So we'll all be back here very, very soon doing this same thing. So I would keep that in mind.
Right, but I just want to, like, if Mr. Chenier comes forward in Q2 with a recommendation for some harmonization of fees and some of them are adjusted upward, do we have the flexibility to give the go-ahead in Q2, or do we have to wait? Yeah, we do. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Great. And then just a question on life cycle renewal of our parks, because when I took a look at the budget, I was frankly a little shocked to find out that every single life cycle renewal project in my ward in 2014 has been 2015 has been deferred into 2016. And I have a feeling I'm not alone, because looking at the budget, it appears that the only life cycle left for parks in 2015 is for electrical and accessibility. There's no money across the entire city for a life cycle to maintain our parks, none of them in 2015. And then in speaking with some of your staff, Mr. Riley, I'm told that the backlog in 2016 is so underfunded that it could take many years to just deal with 2016. So the question is, can you just confirm that that's the case? And if it is, what's the plan to deal with that?
Yeah, we have, because we have been containing costs over the last few years. We've been absorbing growth, as you know, and that's largely due to using contractors, et cetera. The plan for this year is to take a deeper look at the operation to see what our cutting cycles are, where we can squeeze out money for life cycle renewal and those sorts of programs, and do a re-rationalization across the branch and see internally, look internally first to see what we can squeeze out and go forward with.
So in 2015, basically there's no money to maintain parks.
Well, we will be maintaining parks and doing some top dressing.
But if there's a play structure in a park that's at the end of its life cycle, it's going to get shut down because you won't be able to replace it.
There are some capital monies to replace the ones that are in need of urgent replacement.
So
Chair Deans, can I suggest, over here, can I suggest you have Mr. Gontier respond to that, because he's responsible for the capital.
Oh, okay, great.
So, Madam Chair, maybe if I answer your question in parts, there's a recognition that there is a pressure in terms of renewal, and this was certainly highlighted when we brought forward the Comprehensive Asset Management Program back in 2012, and it's fed also into the Long-Range Financial Plan. And at that point, there was a recognition that there was a need to substantially increase our renewal investment from the current levels to pretty much doubling investment when it comes to roads, buildings, and parks. But that period is going to take about 10 years before we can ramp that funding level. So in the meantime, there are certainly pressures in terms of renewal. One of the area where we've got added pressure this year, and that's why we've had to readjust some of the priorities, is in the parks. There's a number of parks where we have electrical code compliance issues, where we've had to basically allocate funding to those initiatives. So in this case, we do use a risk-based approach when we look at renewal planning, and certainly regulatory code compliance does take precedent. What we do, into Mr. Wiley's point, we do have some funding
in the budget that is more of a, I would call it more of a reactive or unscheduled nature, that if there is something that requires more immediate replacement because it's basically being taken out of service, there is limited funding for that. What we don't have funding in the budget, to your point this year, is scheduled play structure renewals. And those we've had to defer for the reasons that I've outlined. Now, what we're hoping is that over time, as we ramp up renewal funding for our assets, that we're going to be able to keep up with those renewal needs. But at this point, it is a challenge.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. We'll now move to Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to start with some of the issues that you've touched upon, and I'll touch on some others that I haven't. And one is just going back to the Ontario Works program, because my understanding, the computer system, the province recognizes that this is a critical issue. They recognize the increased resources that municipalities need to address the matter. They recognize that obviously this is not an ideal situation, or it's going to take a considerable amount of time to fix the system. Have we been able to acquire any advance in money from them to address the concerns that have been laid out by our staff? Because I'm concerned that we're going to take on all this overtime and extra resources to deal with the issues for X number of months, maybe even years, and whatever funds we get from the province might not even closely match to what we've had to expend to deal with our own local issues. Is there any attempt to get an advance from them?
So with respect to that, the province advanced $221,000, and at this point we expect to basically evaporate that by the end of March. So we have sufficient funds to hold us to the end of March. Last week, in a conversation with the minister and ministerial staff, we raised the issue of this. All the other 47 municipalities are also raising the issue of additional resources. The province has indicated that they'd look at it, but they were non-committal at this point as to exactly what they would do. Certainly, as we approach, and we've been writing to the minister as well as discussing this with ministry staff, part of the first, I think, barrier or first hurdle that we had to get through was them understanding the impact that this had on local operations. They do not have a good bench depth of understanding how operations actually work in the system. They understand the stuff at the back end, not at the front end. So the front end impacts are and vary across the province. Here, because of the systems and the investments that we made, we are still using the system and are putting things into it about 70 to 80% of the time. There are parts of the province where they're nowhere near that at this point. So trying to figure out what that compensation or what that ask is going to be is varying. That's why we have put together a working group with the other municipalities trying to collect that information and say to the province basically, if we were doing 4 applications a day or 3 applications before a day and we can only do 2 now, that means there's a third loss in productivity right there. Some of the other aspects that we can ask the province for is either forgiveness or not to enforce other elements, but it does have a domino effect. So we've asked for some relief on doing some of the things that they require us to do and redeploying the staff. The issue now becomes, when we started doing these things at their request and behest, is that has impact on some of our community partners who deal with employment programs external. We are basically the feeder pipe. We have to get people in through a social assistance, get those first counselings, and get those individuals placed and referred to agencies. If we're not doing that, then they don't meet their provincial targets and so on. This has a lot more dominoes built into it than I think has been public or discussed at this particular point in time, because we don't know how long we're going to be in this particular phase. I think the other aspect is that unlike some things where a system impacts only one part of the business, this impacts everything. We have no reports. We can't do anything. We're literally trying to do this at the seat of our pants in the blind. So there has been those asks. We are identifying certainly in our municipality what we already anticipate this is going to cost, and we're starting to put numbers to that. In the earlier days, it's very hard to do this. This isn't, is it related to bad data? Is it related related to staff overtime, what exactly is causing all of the various issues. So we have it very well categorized and saying it's taking us, if it was 1.2 minutes per call to answer where's my check and what's happening to it, that's now up to 3.4, 3.5 minutes. Those are the types of things that we've measured very carefully because we want to say to the province, here's the impact of where we're at, and then measure, it's how fast does this get fixed and we start improving.
Thank you for that. And Madam Chair, I certainly support your desire to have this as an issue that comes back on our agenda. It almost needs to be a reoccurring agenda item until this matter is resolved provincially, because we need to understand what the impact is on the residents of Ottawa who rely on this. We need to know what the impact is on our staff and the resources that are used to implement this, and what it actually costs us, what the net cost is on this organization because of this new system. So thank you for all your work. I know we've chatted before on this, and to all the staff who have been impacted by this. Going back to recreational fees in the budget, there were some numbers kicked around earlier this morning that I needed some further confirmation on or clarification. One is, my understanding in recreation, the budget, I saw a 5.1% increase, and I just want clarification on that. And the other thing is, recreation fees, what we charge, I have not heard a 2% increase. I've heard a 0 to 2% increase, and I'd like some clarification on that number as well.
Madam Chair, on the first question of the 5.1% increase, as noted earlier, about $3 million of that, you're looking at a $4.8 million increase. About $3 million of that is just general cost of living increases for both my department, the public works component that works within recreation facilities. About $1.6 million of that is growth funding, and it's the annualization of amounts that were approved by Council last year for both the Minto Barrhaven Recreation Complex, which only opened later in the year. So last year we got part of the budget. This year we're back to get the full 12-month annualization. And similarly with Lansdowne Park, the annualization of that budget, because the park really only opened in August. We started operations in June, so this gives us the 12-month operation for those two things. The $1 million for La Nouvelle Seine is included in there, which is new one-time money. And then lastly, deducted from that is $250,000 new revenues from the fee increases that you're referring to. If you look in the budget book under the recreation fees, some fees are identified as a very specific 2% increase. And those are areas like our rental fees for ice time, for example, for pools, and for some programs where we're convinced that an increase is required. Other categories for our registered programs and some of our memberships, we're in a competitive market, and we're also in a market where in some situations we're serving vulnerable populations, or it simply doesn't make sense to increase the fees. They are still at market. So in those categories you'll see a 0 to 2%, and that's essentially the assurance to Council that as we move forward we will apply the fee up to 2% that we think is reasonable in this market, and that won't lose market share, won't hamper participation, all of those things.
Madam Chair, through you, do we know, and I'm trying to wrap my head around, because recreational fees isn't just one item. It's a breakdown of what you've described with respect to rentals, pools, ice time, programs that we offer. Is the city recouping through revenues what it actually costs us to provide these facilities and services and programs to the public? And if no, what is the difference?
Madam Chair, the funding model for most of our programs is on a cost recovery basis. That is the basic assumption that we will recover direct operating costs, so generally the compensation to instructors or programmers, the materials, the contracts that may be let for that. Other programs were created with a subsidy built into them. For example, public swimming and public skating, early on in the term of council, were identified as programs where universal accessibility, affordability were important criteria, and so the fees for those programs would not necessarily meet the complete cost recovery of direct operating costs of the program. We do not recover the capitalization of facilities, the management overhead in most of our recreation fees. Some of our fees were designed to actually generate more than cost recovery, and generally those surpluses are used to reinvest into programs that do need a subsidy.
Madam Chair, may I ask through you, not for today, but soon, from staff, if I can get a breakdown of those programs where we're not recovering our operating costs. I'd like to know what they are, the exact numbers, just to see what the difference is between what it costs versus what we're generating. That's okay. Thank you. Shifting gears to the fire service, we heard from the Deputy City Manager with respect to earlier today when there are awards via an arbitrator which exceed what City Council has earmarked for a remuneration package, that the difference has come out of the fire service budget. And I have noted the number of cuts that have been made over the years, and again it's been highlighted what's going to happen this year should Council approve those numbers. And it was also mentioned about a station location study with respect to the number and locations of fire stations in this city, and I wanted to know whether the financial pressures of the fire department are a leading factor for the necessity to have a review of the number of stations that we have in the city.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Brockington, very good question. Important to understand that this is just part of the business we're doing. We did a review shortly after amalgamation, and then in 2008 we did a review as well based on growth. So it is timely that we're coming forward, and the opportunity that we want to come forward now, although we know we've had our challenges with respect to the arbitration settlements, we have to date been able to successfully do it within the existing budget envelope, but part of our work, and that's coming forward when we talk to this committee, is that to give you a better picture and a snapshot of what the future is going to look like, where our growth challenges are, and at the same time, I know we had mentioned that we've just gone through an accreditation process, which is the Commission on Fire Accreditation International process. This is a new standard in terms of how we look at deploying our resources, a new, and I must, I can indicate to you that a much better standard, a more valid standard, that's going to be part of the review and the work we're doing when we bring this information before committee to identify how this standard works and how we would deploy our resources. So at that time, we'll be able to identify, where our growth is, what we can do differently. We also, since 2008, have done a number of things, such as introduce technology, better training. We have a better idea in terms of the science of fires, and we're going to less fires, and that's good news because we're doing better work in our prevention program. So with all of that, collectively, we are hoping that we'll be able to come before you in June and be able to come up with a good plan that I think actually Council will be in good shape in the next 10 years to recognize what our needs are going to be.
Thank you for that. My last question is regarding, I heard, again, the Deputy City Manager touch upon the gang strategy initiatives, and I was wondering what the role of this department is with respect to gang strategy initiatives versus the Ottawa Police Service Board. Could I just have some clarification?
Yeah, Chair, the gang strategy itself, I know everyone's been focused on the exit strategy, but the actual gang strategy is innate there's 8 components to the plan. It's owned or overseen by Crime Prevention Ottawa. They developed a plan in consultation and in partnership with Ottawa Police and a number of community partners like John Howard, OCISO, and others. That partnership is the table that is chaired by the Crime Prevention Ottawa, and when we had the rash of shootings recently, just to give you some context, the mayor had asked in that briefing, asked the police chief, what is the gap that we currently have that he'd like to see addressed in the current gang strategy of the 8 components. The police chief responded that the biggest gap they have is on the exit strategy or exit services for young adults. We're doing a lot for youth. We're doing a lot with enforcement, a whole bunch of other areas that are part of the plan, but that we didn't have a developed, funded strategy for exit services for people that might want to leave that lifestyle. The mayor then had tasked me to look and see what we can gather in terms of funding to support this initiative. I identified the $300,000, and that's the recommendation here, plus another $100,000 which sits in community and social services. Actually, both do for now. What we've done, just from an accountability perspective, is we've left the money, the $300,000 for the programming, which I'll talk about in a second, in the Community and Social Services budget, and we've left the $100,000 in the Community and Social Services budget. $300,000 is going to be an internal transfer to Crime Prevention Ottawa, who will manage with that community table how that money is allocated against the program requirements they're developing right now to get best practices for the exit services. And that will be everything from intervention to hospitals when they're coming out after being shot or injured, to when they're coming out of jail, because the big gap is there aren't enough programmings in our regional jail, and they come out and there's no services for them. Usually during life-changing moments is when they're most vulnerable to think about a change in lifestyle. So we're working with John Howard, who's probably best positioned in our community and works with offenders on a regular basis to enhance their programming and caseworkers. Working with police, the connection with police is the police DART team and the police gangs and guns team will be identifying the most likely candidates because they know them well. As the chief has said, it's kind of an odd relationship, but the police officers actually know the gang members that are in Ottawa quite well. They have conversations with them on a regular basis, and they're probably best positioned with John Howard to identify who are the best candidates to go into this programming. So our plan is to transfer the money, if this is approved by committee and council, the $300,000 to CPO, who would allocate that with the steering table on the best use of that to implement that program. The $100,000 that's left behind stays in Community and Social Services budget, which Aaron's employment specialist will be working with that table and with police to look at how do we get employment opportunities for siblings, for young people, to ensure that they don't join that lifestyle, and that those people have opportunities through some seed funding to get summer employment, maybe through OCH, through other private employers, where we can identify them and get them into employment opportunities and get them in more mainstream social settings. So that's the strategy to do it. The policies of the city apply in terms of the funding with respect to reporting back, with report to evaluation, with report to performance measures, respect to performance measures on how well we do. But I caution you, and we've been saying this before, and we've said it at Crime Prevention Ottawa, this is a longer-term strategy. Exit services are not like we've got some seed money of $300,000 and all of a sudden every gang member is going to say, great, I can get a job at McDonald's. That's not what it's about. It's about identifying the few. It's a long-term sustained strategy that we need to do in addition to all the other strategies that are part of that plan to ensure that we identify people when those opportunities come up and we have an avenue and options for them. So you'll see this progress over time. It's not a quick win, but it's an important component to having a total comprehensive plan to deal with gang lifestyle.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start my questions on the housing front, just to get a bit of clarity on some of the issues that were raised from the public delegations this morning. So my first question gets to the reallocation of the $4 million, the capital contribution from the Housing Homelessness Initiatives Plan, which was raised. And Since I wasn't here during the last term of council, I don't have the benefit of understanding exactly what the policy guidance on that $14 million was. So I guess my question for Mr. Burry was, if indeed that the policy guidance on the $14 million was to spend four of that 14 on capital, and the draft budget is suggesting a reallocation of that $4 million to operations to cover the legislative pressures you mentioned this morning. I'm just curious if that requires a policy discussion of council to authorize a change in, I think, what was maybe the spirit of the original $14 million, which was to dedicate the $4 million on capital. So I'll ask that question and also invite Mr. Burry to correct me if I have any of that wrong. Thanks.
In terms of the $14 million, there was not a specific divisions of where the funds were to go. That was essentially brought forward. We developed a plan at the beginning of term, and it was based on both timing and where the best options were to do those investments. So in the early days, there was much more going out for capital and less for operating, and then as the basically 4 years progressed, more of the dollars would go into operating. And over time, we did anticipate that more capital projects you bring on, the more operating dollars are likely to be moved over. So the $14 million was never going to be something that eventually would wind up being part of the base budget of the department. That was the notion. This is moving it a lot faster, there's no question, in order to deal with the other pressures within it. However, there was no specific amount. It's just that historically we had set aside in the last term those $4 million to buy those capital dollars.
Given that the $4 million is being used for legislative pressures, which I guess could arguably be part of the expected increases due to cost of living, inflation, and so on, is there an argument to be made that the $14 million as proposed to be spent, or the $4 million, doesn't really represent new money at this stage? It's essentially covering the operating costs of the housing budget writ large. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, I mean, it's still a $14 million investment in housing. If those $4 million were not available, we'd either be cutting services elsewhere or reducing it. So it is going into an investment in this community in terms of housing.
Yeah, but it's also being allocated to cover a pressure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'll move on then to the next issue is the $3.1 million from the OCH tax exemption, which I seem to recall was going to be dedicated to capital funding for renewing of the stock. And so a couple of questions related to that. One is it shows up on the operating budget on page 69 of the budget documents. So I had a question about why it's showing up under operating. The second question is it shows up under council priorities. And I'm a bit confused by that because I thought that it was clear that this was part of the base budget for your department. We haven't had the council priorities discussion yet. So the way it's structured now, is it a liability against the pending conversation on council priorities as it shows up here?
I'll take that question, Councillor. So first of all, it's in the operating because Ottawa Community Housing Corporation is not part of the city budget. So this is a grant to them. So they have committed, though, that they will use this for renovations and repairs for their capital needs. So it's in your operating budget for that reason. We don't set up a capital program for them. They will do that. The second question, no, this doesn't represent a liability against that discussion you're already having. We put this in the council priority list because when we brought this to you in December, I believe it was unanimous that council wanted to do this. So it doesn't fit under any of our other categories. It's not legislated. We're not maintaining operations. This was something council wanted to do, so we classified it as a priority. But it's from the existing base budget that is within Mr. Burry's overall control. It does not represent 3.1 out of the monies we've set aside already for the discussion about council priorities.
Thank you very much. And I was unclear. There's also a $1 million council priority item, I believe, under the cultural section. if Mr. Chenier could just explain, or somebody, what that $1 million council pressure is. I wasn't able to find it.
You're right. It's a cultural grant to La Nouvelle Scène to help with their construction project.
Okay, and my last question, promise, is to Mr. Chenier. Following up on Councillor Brockington's question, has there ever been any consideration, given the chair's articulation of the fact that we're facing quite an intense capital pressure for the Parks and Recreation area, has there been any conversation in the past that I have not been part of to including recapitalization costs within the recreational fees cost recovery portfolio, shall we say?
I'm not aware of any previous, certainly not since amalgamation, of including a recapitalization. Up until now, and dating back to the first pricing policy that the City Council developed, it's always been fairly clear, in order to keep prices as affordable as possible, that we would limit what was captured within that. So that has certainly, I'm not aware of any of those types of discussions.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to bounce around here a little bit on a number of items, but I guess first question goes to Mr. Kanawakis. You had talked a little bit in your initial presentation about the process we're going to go through later for the strategic initiatives. One of the things that the community seems to, at large, and the whole city seems to like, is the idea of an increase in the rent grants for the volunteer groups, community associations to maintain it. That's not in the budget per se. Is that something that this department is looking at in terms of the strategic initiatives?
There were discussions as part of the SI envelope on that, and we did identify an $80,000 provision to be looked at as part of your discussion, which would essentially provide a 10% increase over the existing rates, which haven't been increased in more than 15 years.
Sorry, just to clarify, you meant 80,000, right? Not 8,000?
80,000.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we'll deal with that down the road. Okay. I'm sure there's a very long story as to why we did not equalize the recreation fees throughout the city at the time of amalgamation, and this probably isn't the time to get into that. But my question is, in light of the proposal that we increase recreation fees across the board by 2%, has a calculation been done that if we entered into the equalization process now, in other words, if we raise the lower fees up to where they should be in comparison to other cities, whether that would take away the need to put a 2% increase right across the city? Have we done that comparison?
I don't believe we've done that analysis. To your question of why it hasn't been done, it's simply a matter of volume, as well as the freeze, which kind of put a stop on it. Because these are very different business lines, and some business lines are already equalized, for example, facility rental fees, there are certainly in a lot of cases good justification because of the market, because of our cost escalations to move ahead with the 2%. The concept of equalization was within the overall budget envelope, so we were not saying that this was, essentially we believe that we can do this without any cost to the city but without generating any extra revenue. That we have modeled, and so our intent as we set those new harmonized fees would be that overall the package that we would produce would neither cost the city nor make any gains to the city in terms of revenue, but that it would be essentially a revenue neutral exercise within the entire recreation envelope.
So your process envisions some rates will go down and some rates will go up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
They'll essentially cancel each other.
Yes, and we could have moved ahead with the rates that go down, even during the freeze, but we couldn't have done that without losing significant funds, because we couldn't have put some of them up, and that's where we got, there was a delay in moving forward.
And is the discrepancy geographic, or is it by nature of activity, or is it a combination?
It comes in several permutations. In some cases, it reflects legacy pre-amalgamation practices in terms of producing programs, because some of these programs are very local in nature. In some cases, it is by program stream and not necessarily geographic, but the same issues arise across the city. So that's why it's a bit of a matrix of different things influencing this.
Okay, and you said you're coming forward summer with that report?
Before summer.
Before summer, okay. Getting back to what the chair raised around not capital projects, but life cycle renewal, and the issues that we're having around that, is that going to have a cascade effect? Mr. Gontier said at some point we hope to catch up, but the fact that nothing's being done this year, essentially on play structures and splash pads and that sort of thing, is that going to push our 2016 projects into 2017 and so on and so on? Is it going to have that sort of a domino effect?
Certainly year to year, yes, there's always going to be scheduling impacts in terms of competing projects. And that's why what we've tried to do now is when we report on timelines, what we try to give is a window instead of a specific year, because we know that there's going to be variability from year to year. Some of it may be driven by coordination issues, and others are going to be in terms of competing priorities.
I guess the difficulty that I have, and probably everybody around this table, is we know there's a list out there, the communities know there's a list out there, and they know that their play structure is in 216 or 217, and that's what we tell them, that's what they rely on. So as part of this process, are we going to get more realistic expectations out there so we can so not everybody's caught with their pants down, so to speak? I mean, if we say it's going to happen in 2017 and then it doesn't happen until 2025 or whatever, we're relying on the existing list. We're now hearing that list is out of whack. So will we get more accurate information?
We recognize that as soon as we put information out there, we create an expectation that works will take place in that time frame. Now, even though we put caveats around it that says that basically it's subject to competing priorities and funding, there is still an expectation that's built. And that's why what we're trying to move to is, instead of trying to provide a specific year, is to provide a window. Now, what that is,
sorry, instead of a year?
Instead of a specific year, it's going to be a window in terms of we would anticipate the work's taking place.
How big is this window going to be?
Well, right now it would typically be a 3 to 5 year window. And the reason for that is basically if there are competing priorities.
Based on what authority?
Sorry. Yeah. Now, that's only for things that are in the outer years where we have not received council approval. Obviously, when we're committing to something as part of the budget, we certainly try to respect what is in the budget. And the only time things will get moved if there's coordination issues or approval issues that force a delay. Last year we had projects that were delayed because of higher prices than anticipated, and basically we had to defer some of the works to this year. But what we're looking at is we're committing to future years in terms of what specific projects. We know that the works are going to be done, funding is going to be required. It's when it comes time to pegging specific play structures or specific parks, that's where it becomes a bit more challenging. So what we will be doing is still giving an indication in terms of relative priority, in terms of what window we would expect in terms of that 3 to 5 year window, so that we're not creating a false expectation that it's going to absolutely be done next year. Now, the other piece that you will start to see more and more in the budget is we've moved for a lot of our projects to a 2-year cycle, where 1 year we put dollars for design, the following year we put the dollars for construction. And what that will allow is basically not set an expectation that we can deliver all of that work in 1 year, so that we can refine our estimates, through the discussion with the community and also the ward councillor, that we can manage the expectations in terms of from design and when do we expect to be able to move projects to construction. So that will be one way that we're going to try to manage the expectations, so that when we indicate when we expect something to be done, it's going to be based on having advanced the design work a lot more than what we've done in the past.
So as a follow-up, what are we doing in a more concrete way to sort of combat this? For example, are we looking at buying play structures or splash pads in bulk? In other words, we have 2 or maybe 3 base models that you can choose from, and then I'm assuming we get savings from manufacturers or suppliers on that rather than a more customized approach. I appreciate communities want to have a lot of say in what goes in their parks, but if it's between not having a play structure and having one, I'm sure that's something communities would entertain. So are we looking at things like that? I understood that we were actually looking at perhaps some base models for splash pads, for example, and some more. So where are we on that? And will that help us move these projects ahead a little faster?
Yeah, certainly in terms of splash pad, it's a little easier to get more of a suite of standard designs. When it comes to play structures, the site itself has a lot to do with the selection. The community makeup has a lot to do with the selection, and typically the community, and we work closely with Mr. Chenier's group in terms of what type of structures are required to be able to meet the demographic needs of the community. So we could try to formalize a bit more or standardize basically the play structure, but the challenge we're probably going to get there is every time we try to put it out in terms of the community, there's always going to be a need for or a desire to look at something a little different. And now what we have done though is we've made the process a bit more efficient when it comes to play structures in terms of how we put that information out to tender. So essentially we basically identify the envelope of funds that is available, and we put that out to as a request and let the proponents come back and basically the designs that they can deliver meeting our budget expectations.
Okay, and last question, I guess this goes to the Treasurer. In light of this landscape that we're seeing here, and this has been raised by at least one community in my area, is will communities be able to partner with the city and fundraise in order to replace play structures or splash pads in their parks? Can they tie into our grant programs, for example, if it's related to life cycle renewal and not a brand new facility, but replacing something that's already there?
Madam Chair, through you, the community partnership major capital and community partnership minor capital projects programs are both within the 2015 strategic initiatives budget component. I believe there is $1,030,000 between the 2 programs. Our regular process for applying and for groups qualifying for this program will continue, and we are moving forward with it. So those same opportunities for play structures, spray pads, benches, park amenities of all sorts is comprehended within the 2015 budget.
But will it apply to life cycle renewal? For example, right now we can't use our cash and lieu funds for life cycle renewal. Will you be able to access this program, not for a brand new facility, but to replace an existing, for example, Councillor Shirelli has a play structure in Cityview Park. Could they apply and partner with the city to replace that as part of the life cycle renewal?
Through you, Madam Chair, right now, one of the rules for the use of some of these funds is that the life cycle generally does not, life cycle projects generally do not. Now, that is a self-imposed rule by council. It has been more stringently applied for the use of cash in lieu of parkland funds than it has for our program, and generally for our internal program, if a project takes a play structure, it proposes to take a play structure that is really at the end of its life cycle and no longer functional, there's been some flexibility in us being able to accommodate that, and we have, where it's obvious that what's there no longer meets the need and that what's being proposed is a much better alternative.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eglon. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions as well on some of the various departments. The first one, just as a result of the recurring theme from some of the groups that came to speak earlier, and I felt that there was a bit of a disconnect in terms of, they're saying we're not getting the funding we got in previous years, but you're saying that, the funding is there, we're getting the funding from the province. But then there's some lack of funding with some of the organizations and they're under some pressure. So I just want to clarify, is this as a result of some of the decision-making process that's happening provincially in terms of criteria trickling down to us, or is it strictly a funding issue, for example, Centre 507 and some of the other groups? If you can just clarify, do we actually have any authority to do anything about that, or are our hands tied?
One of the things about our particular department is we are extensively funded through the province, and this is a relatively rare thing outside of Ontario. We deal with a lot of provincially based programs where we act as the flow-through agent. We receive direction from the upper level of government as to what it is that we are to achieve with the dollars. There are often many different strings attached to it. In this particular case, or with respect to specifically housing funding, we were directed to basically re-RFO or go out and reapply those fundings, and particularly there was 65% of that funding which needed to go to housing first activities according to the province, both the feds and the province at this particular point in time. So we have discretion often in terms of the process we go through, some of the specific local priorities we set, provided they meet the overall policy directives that were given from the upper level of government. And that's often confusing to the community because they will see an objective that they would prefer to see here locally versus another one. We don't always have that authority or that ability to do it. And increasingly what you're going to be seeing over the next few years is that where at one point in time funding would have come into the municipality and it would have said, here's 10 million, go do some housing stuff with it, with some parameters. Now there are very, very specific parameters that we have to meet in order to continue to receive those funding from the other levels of government. So I know it's a long-winded explanation, but it is a very changing landscape in terms of the funding that comes in from other...
So it is a criteria issue, for example, specifically with Centre 507, it's a criteria issue, not necessarily that the money is not there, the money is there, but in terms of the directives we're getting from the province is not allowing us to allocate it, correct?
And in addition to that, you're looking at in 2002 is probably $10.8 million, and in 2014 it's $10.8 million. So the upper levels of government are definitely asking us and giving us that responsibility largely downloaded, which is to make more efficient use of the dollars that we get from those levels of government. So it requires us to rethink how we're going to deliver services here.
I'm not sure if anyone can speak to some of the accessibility concerns that Mr. Wade had during the presentations and some of the progress we're doing towards Accessibility 2020. Is that what the initiative's called? And
there are two I can specifically speak to. We did have a brief chat afterwards. With respect to the engagement strategy, that definitely in terms of the tools that staff are using does have an accessibility lens included and accessibility requirements. You could go through that process. With respect to our community and social services centers, all of them are accessible. They're on bus routes, etc. We are always looking to improve that accessibility because the standards continue to change provincially. So when we may have leased a property, 10 years ago, there were one set of standards. We are constantly trying to move and upgrade those when funds are available, and particularly when we move locations or change locations.
What about the communications factor? Are we incorporating accessibility into that as well?
Definitely. In terms of everything that we're doing with respect to websites, I know that has been a lot of effort and work going in to make sure that things are accessible.
My second question is on the parks, and I know we're heading into the new way of building parks, especially in the newer areas where we're getting the developers to pay for the new parks, but we still see in the budget and the document some money that is going towards new parks. For example, I have a couple coming in my riding. Can you just clarify, is that money, my understanding is developers are going to be paying for it as we move forward, but it's still in some cases allocated. So is that city money or is that developer money? Can I just get clarification on why it's in the budget documents too?
In our negotiations with the developers, there wasn't an easy way to cut off when a park would be done by a developer and what would be done by the city. So the ones that were actually planned and had already started with us, we continued on with them in the 2015 budget. But yes, that stops after this next, in 2016 there shouldn't be any in there, but there were ones that were just, we were sort of half pregnant with them, so we had to continue on with them.
Okay, thank you. Had a question as well in terms of, I think Ms. Jones had this in her presentation about the renewal for Emergency and Protective Services, $10.7 million. Can I get some more details about what exactly we're spending that on?
Well, just to explain, right now we have 5,500 radio users in the city, and as I had explained earlier in my presentation, the technology is completely changing. It's really at the end of its life, so we're introducing new technology. And essentially, that is the money that is being invested to accommodate 5,500 users and buy the associated user gear to support that, and monthly maintenance costs.
That's fleet or just technology? What is?
It's actual radios, and that police are carrying, or our 5,500 users are carrying. So pretty significant.
So that would cover police, fire, and paramedics.
Police have their own dedicated budget with respect to that, but that's going to offset the requirements for the rest of the city. And I know Steve Kanalakis actually was the last individual who put the system in when he was with Ottawa Police years ago. It was $24 million, I believe, at the time. So pretty significant. We've got a different way of financing this, and we're confident that we'll have a very good, robust radio system.
Right. What about in terms of fleet for vehicles, and where are we in the life cycle of vehicles for bylaw, paramedics, fire as well?
It's identified in there. The bulk of our renewal cost this year for ambulances. We actually have 12 fire trucks actually coming into service this year, but that was part of last year's budget, so we keep up with that, and the turnover happens as required.
And what's the life cycle roughly of one of those vehicles?
I will turn over to Kevin. Are you talking ambulance has different regulations?
All three, but paramedics and fire.
I don't have that information in front of me, Councillor, but I would think it would be in the neighborhood of 5 years.
An ambulance is 4 years. And then our fire trucks will go much longer. And then, of course, your bylaw vehicles are your light fleet, and they'll turn over basically every 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Last question is just on the permits, the taxi licensing permit fees on page 40. There's a category there where it says taxi cab broker 1 to 24, $760, and there's for the single holder it's $514, and then 25 to 99, $2,000, 100 or more, $668. Is that per? When you increase the numbers there, so 25 to 99, is that for 25 to 99 or per permit?
Essentially what that means, we have approximately 5 brokers operating in the city of Ottawa. Depending on the size of their fleet, that is a licensing fee, the broker's fee for that fleet. So it's not per vehicle, it's per category.
Okay. I have some issues with that because I don't think that's fair for a single permit holder to be paying $500, and then for a broker that's making a ton of money renting these out to be making only paying the city $2,000. I know it's not a lot of money in the big picture, but
actually a single plate holder wouldn't require a broker's license, and we don't have any in that category regardless, and we can take that into account when we come up with the tax review and what the appropriate fees should be. They're larger brokers. That anybody above one vehicle may be paying a fee, but we don't have any in that small category right now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that if somebody is carrying 24 or 25 to 99, they should be paying whatever the one individual permit holder would be paying. So how would I
Would I change that through a motion, or what would I need to do in terms of the procedural?
You could put that motion forward. I can tell you right now we don't have anybody in that category. They're all in the larger category at this point. All the brokers are larger.
Yeah, but that's fine, but they should be paying the city what a single permit person would be paying, though.
Okay, there's a different category. So anybody who operates a taxi license, if they're an owner, they pay an owner's license fee. If they're a driver, they pay a driver's licensing fee. They don't pay a broker's fee. There's a separate fee. A broker is an individual who dispatches service to cars.
Right,
so
but if you're an owner and a driver,
yes,
you'd be carrying one. But if you're a broker, you'd have more.
No, if you're an owner and a driver, you pay an owner's fee and you pay a driver's fee. You pay two fees per category.
Okay.
Happy to talk to you offline, Councillor, about that and clarify.
Yeah, okay, I think there's some room for improvement there, but maybe I'm not understanding right, but okay.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. On childcare, Mr. Bury, I note that the 2014 budget was underspent by $2.6 million, and I just wonder, what the plans are to use the reserve. We heard from members of the childcare community today that there are some childcare agencies that are stretched, and we're not meeting all of the requests that we get for increased quality license spaces. So what happens to that $2.6 million? And I guess the reserve as well. I guess I couple the two together.
So the two are actually somewhat linked. So I mentioned earlier that one of the challenges we have is in terms of when the province's budget cycle happens versus our budget cycle. So throughout, in April of last year, March, the province announced more money for us for subsidies. One of the reasons that we have additional dollars is that we didn't have a full year to get it out, and then the uptake of it is also not as quick as we would like to see. The balance are actually subsidized dollars. We have an old system that basically puts the subsidy dollars in with specific agencies. They actually hold those budgets. And what it means is that if they are not filling their spaces, or they're filling their spaces with full fee paying parents, those dollars are left over. We have a process that recoups that out of the cycle if they're not using it. However, agencies obviously want to hold on to that. It becomes a security in the event that they have an unfilled space that they know they can then move to the subsidied lists. If there's dollars left over, so this $2.6 million will move into the child care reserve at the end of the year. In terms of plans for that reserve, in terms of the overall financial state of affairs in childcare, and particularly we're talking about the agencies that are now serving 0 to 4 because of the early learning program, we're bringing forward the child care service plan to address that particular areas in that sector in April. And we'll be making recommendations at that point. There are options with respect to the reserve, and we'll be making recommendations related to the options of that going forward to help stabilize this sector. It is my belief, looking at the numbers, that childcare 0 to 4 is not sustainable without government funding now in Ontario as a result of the provincial decisions that have been made. In addition, with the legislation, the province is now assuming its responsibilities for childcare, and I think this will be part of our clarifying exactly what the state of affairs are here in this particular municipality, and then having those discussions with the province of Ontario around its plans to actually fund childcare in the longer term in the community.
Well, thank you. I look forward to that in April. My other question, again to you, Aaron, is around our OW caseloads. So if I'm correct, it's the caseload itself has increased by 10% since 2009, and we see it going up. Our I think that I remember reading where you had said that that you expect that will just increase, and yet we have a reduction again of another 12 FTEs, coupled with with reductions since 2009. So I just wonder, what do we know what the effective worker-client ratio is? Will we be seeing a similar kind of service plan for OW coming forward as well?
This particular conversation is very connected to what we've just happened to us in terms of SAMs. So if we go back to the period we were up until November the 6th, in this particular municipality, the Auditor General had looked at our staff-to-client ratios and found that we were at the top end of the staffing in the province. And the recommendation was that we move to the median in terms of the numbers of caseworkers to clients at that particular point in time. That, to me, was that world. The world going forward, I don't know what the municipal benchmark is going to look like. I don't even know where we're going to land with this at this point. So this is why we're not contemplating at this point or believe that it's possible to achieve those 12 within the environment that we're working at. The other key piece of this is Ontario Works, in particular, is a provincially funded program, and the province provides to the municipality a per-case amount of funding for it. It's approximately $2,200 per case. As the caseload goes up, we do eventually receive more money, but that is run on a 3-year average. So we don't typically see the caseload when it's going up, we lose. If it goes down, we actually win a little bit, but it takes time for those two things to balance them out. So I don't expect that, and this will be part of the discussion with the province around, given the system, given how it functions, how many people do you actually need now in order to deliver what you're asking us to deliver in terms of the very mandatory and regulated requirements in Ontario Works.
I guess then what I'm looking for is, will we be seeing that? Will we be seeing some sort of analysis that will tell us, what is the benchmark that we're trying to move towards? What is that effective ratio between client and worker?
So I think what you're, in terms of when that's going to come forward, I believe we're 1 to 2 years away from that at this particular point. If you look at a system that is not presumed to be terribly stable before early April at the earliest, you then have to figure out what the impacts are going to be on the long term and what fixes they can actually bring in. The promise of this to us, and largely how we did all of our redesign, the promise had promised a system that would be easier to use, that would take less time, that would be more client-friendly. I sort of have failing grades in all three right now, so we're going the other way. But to determine exactly how many resources it's going to take, at this point in time, we're very focused on simply making sure we get payments out. And that is not the work that our department typically does. That should be about 1/3 of our efforts. 2/3 should be actually getting people off social assistance.
Thank you. For Mr. Chenier, just very quickly, you may have answered this, but I'm not sure, so forgive me if you have. As we take the freeze off of recreation fees now, will we see a corresponding increase in the subsidies available for families, low-income families who want to take advantage of the subsidies for those recreation programs?
Madam Chair, through you, yes, we are increasing the participant subsidy under the hand-in-hand program by 3%. So the annual individual eligibility will go from $165 a year to $170 a year to make up for the overall 2% increase.
Thank you. And just, I guess, it's not really a question, it's more a comment around the housing partnering strategy. And my colleague, Councillor Kakish, just alluded to it, and I appreciate the response there. And And I do understand the housing partnering strategy and the fact that it is federal funding, and we are handcuffed to a large degree in terms of the allocation. 65% now, according to the feds, has to go into programs that they deem to be housing first. And I'm not arguing that that's not, the right direction for us to take in terms of the folks that we're dealing with in our communities. But at the same time, and again, I am also not in any way questioning the integrity of the allocation process, but at the same time, we make as a council, and certainly the mayor, make a lot of investments in our social service agencies, especially around housing. But what's happened here is, as a result of a poor decision by the federal government not to, you can't move to housing first, but at the very same time abandon all those programs that those same folks who need for support. It's outreach, lunch programs. If you go to the Well, which is one of the agencies that was cut, the women at the Well are housed. They've got housing, but they need that community connection. They need the services available to them at the Well. Same with Centre 507. I was there last night. I don't think anyone could go there last night and listen for over 2 hours, one person after another who uses those services and what it means to them. So we've got agencies now in our community who are at risk. It's wrong, and I think that I think each level of government has to step up and make sure that while we're moving in one direction, we don't abandon those clients and those our residents who need the supports of these agencies. So for March 11th, I'm going to be coming forward with a motion and asking for some emergency funding. Certainly not the full amount. I don't believe that we should be backstopping what is a federal responsibility, but I do believe that we have some responsibility to the residents in our community to make sure that they're not left out in the cold, that they're not left without the programs that they need to get by on a day-to-day basis. So just as I guess a heads up that I'll be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Schwelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I have a couple of different areas to look at, and the first is dealing with page 91. Okay. Under Total Growth Council priorities, that's kind of a broad and vague description. So I'm wondering, is this the Nouvelle Seine money?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if Ms. Simla could jump in here, when I look at term of council priorities as approved in 2011, we talk about paying 25% of those projects, and this appears to be paying a third of the project. So I'm wondering, was council inconsistent with 2 resolutions, or is this inconsistent with 1 resolution?
It's not inconsistent with either. It's 25% of eligible costs. The total costs here are around $10 million. So it's roughly $2.5 million that you could contribute. With this $1 million, it's bringing you close to that, but you're still not at the full 25%.
Okay, so some of the costs then are not contributable, is what you're saying?
What we are providing, and with what we've provided before, we're still only covering a little less than 25% of the costs.
All right, but yet it's good enough to equal a third of the costs in the 3 government relationship, is that? No?
We actually just matched. When I said, I'm sorry I left you with that impression, the cost was actually almost $10 million to the project. What we did was we matched equally the 3 partners. So it was 3 partners that went to, made the contribution, the feds, the province, and us, so we're all basically matching the contribution of, in our case, it's a little bit less, but the two other levels of government put just over $2.7 million each, but that doesn't fund the entire project. So what the impression I left you is we're each funding 1/3 of the entire project. No, we're each matching each other's 1/3 our contribution of eligible expenses, which the balance has to be made up by LNS.
Okay, don't clear it up anymore. Okay, I guess my issue here is more with the description on the page. Can we make sure in future budgets that there's more detail? Because saying council priority, it doesn't really tell you that it's Nouvelle-Seine.
Well, Chair, I thought I explained that. 900 pages of budgets. I've read every page and I missed one line, and I apologize for that. Okay. So I hope that was clear, Councillor. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And then my next question deals with life cycle on play structures and that kind of thing. A couple of years ago, I asked for a description of what elements went into the ranking and schedule of life cycle on playground equipment, and there was a fairly detailed explanation to that, and that explanation led to why something would need to be replaced in 1 year as opposed to the next year, and why it couldn't be replaced a year earlier, because it was that precise. So I'm wondering if you could go through the elements that help you establish what year a project or a structure is supposed to be replaced.
Chair, the key considerations are public safety, and a lot of that are related to age of the structure, maintainability of the structure, and basically whether or not it's still in compliance. So we work closely with Public Works, who do regular inspections on the structures, and then basically we establish a ranking process that does consider those number of factors in order to determine which ones would be proceeding in order of priority. Now, we do have over 600 play structures across the city. So there's certainly a number of play structures to be looking after, and typically we would be expecting play structures to have a 20-year service life. What we're seeing is with competing priorities and funding is we're definitely stretching beyond that in terms of the replacement. So what ends up really driving the decision ends up being more of a risk approach to which structure we're going to be replacing.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. We establish a schedule of years for replacement of specific pieces of equipment based on the risk and the best financial allocation of that risk. So delaying things a year, doesn't that cause exactly what we've been told every year we tried to get equipment bought in a year earlier? Doesn't it cause exactly the increase in risk that or the inappropriate handling of risk that we were always told every time we tried to get something accelerated by 1 year?
Chair, certainly when we're deferring works beyond the anticipated service life, there are increased risks. We're not suggesting that a play structure after 20 years, if it's due for replacement, that suddenly its risk exposure becomes unacceptable. Obviously, we don't want to let those structures out there for longer than they need, but it's still a balancing in terms of the funding that's available to see how many of those structures that can be addressed. Now, do they become more expensive to maintain or to replace over time, which is often an impact of deferral? It's a bit less so on the play structures because we know that because of changing demographics, changing standards, we don't just renew structures, we actually replace pretty much completely the play structures themselves. So the impact of deferral, meaning is there going to be an increased cost of replacement, is not as significant as some of the other assets.
But the risk does increase. So, see, with the answers you gave earlier to a couple of other councillors, you talked about managing expectations. First of all, I don't think council ever gave the authority to move on to a different schedule, so we're no longer talking about a schedule of which year these things would be replaced, but let's say we did. When you create a 5-year window, don't you realize that the toddler life of the average person is probably around 5 years? And if you say, well, 5 years will replace the play structure, you're basically saying that doesn't happen in the time of a whole lot of kids' lives when they would actually use it. So I don't think it's a question of managing expectations. It's a question of delivering the service. And what would have to happen to be able to maintain an annual schedule like we've been able to do until this year?
As Chair, as I indicated initially, the part of the response is the need for increased funding for renewal, which is basically what was presented to Council in 2012 and endorsed as part of the long-range financial plan. And as we see a ramp-up of renewal funding, it will be easier to provide more predictability around when things would actually be replaced. What we're facing now is often situations where, yes, we do have a plan in place for all of our assets, but in some cases, some of the assets are beyond really their service life, and there are things that will come up that will bump up in terms of priority.
Okay, but so basically you're saying there isn't enough money in this budget to have a schedule year by year of what will be replaced, and that has always been seen by Council as a sign of responsible management, that we put enough money in to make sure that that happens, because planned life cycle maintenance and replacement is a core element of responsible financial management of these types of issues. Now, I don't think any member of Council in their consultation demanded we get off the annual schedule on life cycle, and I didn't hear anyone at the public consultations ask for that. I did hear a third of the people at our consultation ask for the opposite. So I think we have an issue that we're going to have to deal with at Committee of the Whole on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Schwellen. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'll start on a macro level, and then I'll get down to my usual couple questions on specific items. Last year, overall, the department asked for $536 million. We ended up at $545 million. This year, the department's asking even less than that at $524 million. We're saying to our residents that we're trying to keep the levels of service the same as they're used to. How can we explain that? Are we confident that across departments we're able to maintain the service levels that our residents have expected? I mean, in terms of paramedic responses, in terms of accessibility to programs in Parks and Rec. I'm just not sure, because if we're ending up at 545 last year and this year we're lowering the amount, aren't we saying, isn't there a cut overall in the services to our resident?
I'll take a crack at that. The problem, what you're seeing here, is the elimination of the $23 million for Ottawa community housing for paying property taxes. So the net of that was $20 million. That is basically disappearing. $3 million is remaining as a contribution towards their life cycle renewal. So if you add the $20 million back on, you're exactly where you were the year before.
Well, I'm happy that you're reassuring me that we're able to turn to our residents and say that we're maintaining the service levels that they expect. So a couple of questions. So paramedics, provincial funds. We know that we're a growing city. A big part of the funds come from the province. I didn't see much in the discussion around what are we asking of the province in terms of our growth to the paramedic services.
Well, at this point in time, and Chief DeMonte is here, is that last term of council, and you'll recall, Councillor, that council approved a new response time, and at this point in time, we're continuing to meet those responses, so we aren't identifying growth this year. It doesn't mean we aren't going to be looking at it for the upcoming years, and certainly when we bring forward the annual report, which will be coming before this committee in May, we intend to lay out the next few years and what the expectations are. But at this point in time, we're confident we can meet our response times within the council-approved process, and that we're good for this year.
It's a risky business because you don't want to fall short of the time, objective times.
And that's correct, and that's why we bring an annual report for you every year and identify what we're doing.
A couple of years ago, I remember being on this committee and having a conversation around private ticketing and parking structures. And when I look at the budget elements for that, it seems that we're not covering the cost, or we're not getting the revenue from that portion. Can you maybe I'm wrong, maybe there's some details that I'm...
Okay, I might have to divide your question into two areas. You're talking about parking garages or structures in the revenue?
Private parking.
Well, there's, with respect to the area I oversee, is bylaw enforcement and ticketing, and we have a private property enforcement agreement with private property owners. So that's in the ticketing process. I can assure you that in actual fact, it's been a very successful program, one of its only kind in Canada. We've actually gone where there were tickets being issued on private property, about 30,000 a year. It's gone up to 80,000. It's not relying on city resources. They're doing it on their own, and at the same time, we have an agreement where the costs are being shared between the city as well as these owners, but I can assure you that it has been no cost to us. It's actually provided additional ability for us to recover our costs. So it's been very successful.
But the shortfall then in the parking is just the general revenue we're getting from parking tickets?
Overall, I think I can tell you that tickets are going down, but when you have a look at our city that is under construction, not as many cars coming into the areas where we tend to be busy. At the same time as well, we've introduced pay and display. I think that's been very successful. We've seen revenues go up in those areas, and in actual fact, our statistics are showing that more cars are getting off the streets and going onto private property. So in fact, we're issuing less tickets, and that's probably not a problem. We really don't want to be issuing tickets. We do it to make sure there's traffic flow, but I think through education and encouraging people to take transit, that we're issuing less tickets.
And full use of the technology. I do appreciate the pay and display, but we do have to do flex scales and enable ourselves to get that revenue. But that's another discussion for another time. On page 41, spay and neuter, we're increasing the fees there, and I'm concerned that to one of the speakers on accessibility's comments around making sure that we it seems like the spay and neuter is a proactive approach to some of the animal challenges we might have as a city. So by increasing those fees, aren't we at risk of creating an imbalance and really having to subsidize more spaces for animals in the animal shelter?
Well, that's a very good question, and it's a combination of things that we do in terms of promoting responsible pet ownership through identification as well. These fees, certainly if you look at what the fees that are being charged by regular vets, continue to be very competitive, in fact, probably about half the price typically. We do know that there are services through various agencies that will support those individuals who may not be able to afford the spay-neutering, but this continues to be a very affordable price, and of course our challenge is ensuring that we're operating in a revenue-neutral process. And once again, too, we're one of the few cities in this country that has this clinic, and it's gone a long way to trying to cut down on the pet population that is not necessarily needed and creates a pressure for our shelter.
Now, mainly on the social services sector. So I'm curious around the long-term care bracket, the $60 million. I'm concerned that with the elder population, with the demand that I know it's a provincial, we're basically a broker of the province in many cases. We operate long-term care centers, but can you maybe reassure us that the conversation around spaces and renewal of those assets is in the works?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, In the long-term care, I think it's 60 million. I wrote 60 million when the majority of that portion comes from the province.
Yes, give or take, about 12 million comes from us.
Right. In those brackets, or in that funding element, what are the pressures above and beyond the life cycle of our infrastructure? Isn't there a growing population, and doesn't that have an impact on the amount of centers we have in the city and the demand on that service?
Essentially, we in terms of long-term care, that is actually a provincial program. It's provincially run. We are actually a very small portion. We're about 4 centers. There are at least 12 other private, other long-term care. We are a municipality that we're operating those centers. We have a historic relationship with them, and the province of Ontario essentially is funding a portion of the costs. We do have a life cycle program. We are maintaining those facilities. Long-term care today is highly, highly regulated. We can't turn around in those facilities without some degree of provincial oversight. So in terms of that, in terms of the needs, however, for long-term care, the needs for care and services, that rests with the province of Ontario, particularly the LHIN and the CCAC, which is the Community Care Access, 2 provincially funded agencies. We, in this case, just happen to be also in the business as a service provider.
Okay. And the costs relating to running the programs, we talked about SAMS a bit. Can you reassure me that above and beyond the issues with the SAMS and the ongoing challenge with the transfer of systems, that the cost of running Ontario Works or ODSP and facilitating that for our residents, that the majority of the cost, I assume all of the costs, are covered by the province?
So with respect to Ontario Works, between now and 2018, essentially the amount of benefits that an individual receives will be covered by the province of Ontario, provided they follow their upload formulas that they're currently doing. At one point, we were covering 20%. It's now under 10, which we'll actually cover following this year in terms of the total cost of assistance. With it fully uploaded, we actually won't pay any of those monthly costs, basically, for people on social assistance. The portion that we will continue to be responsible for is related to the administration or the actual operation. So the staff that we actually have here for Ontario Works, the funding comes from 2 places. One, it comes from the province. That's the $2,200 per case. The other half of it typically comes from the municipal tax base. So those particular elements, we're going to continue to provide those services. We remain to have 4 locations. We've actually been looking at improving and enhancing those services with our community partners as much as we can.
Quelques questions au niveau du 14 millions, on en a parlé brièvement, mais je veux rentrer un peu dans le détail du 9,3 millions. Alors, le 9,3 millions, c'est un download provincial. Alors, on est obligé d'offrir le service aux agences de logement, mais c'est une prédiction que le département fait vis-à-vis l'augmentation des coûts d'hydro, des coûts d'eau et des coûts d'assurance. Est-ce qu'on pourrait expliquer comment on s'en sort de ça? Parce qu'on a une pression qui est projetée. On projette une augmentation de 9,3 millions, mais on ne semble pas pouvoir avoir une stratégie. Je ne comprends pas la responsabilité du résident à Ottawa de gérer ce programme-là. Ça me semble un peu un oubli de la part provinciale.
C'est-à-dire, ce n'était pas une partie de l'upload, c'est-à-dire c'est plutôt un download. C'était la responsabilité des services pour logement. Maintenant, c'est la municipalité qui a la responsabilité. C'est la raison pour laquelle les pressions, c'est sur les budgets de la municipalité. C'est pas quelque chose comme les autres services qu'on avait parlé tantôt, comme services de garde, comme les services sociaux, qui étaient en partie de l'upload. C'est plutôt, ça reste encore 100% la responsabilité maintenant de la municipalité. Donc, il faut trouver les pressions qui sont dans le budget.
Généralement, on a eu plusieurs discussions sur le logement aujourd'hui. Est-ce qu'on peut rassurer les résidents et les agences? Oui, on est en transition parce qu'on a un plan de 10 ans qui nécessite une revue annuelle et une revue continuelle vis-à-vis de nos discussions avec les pourvoyeurs de services. Mais au niveau du logement, la ville est là, on investit dans le logement, on investit dans le logement abordable, puis on va continuer à faire ce qu'on a fait les 4 dernières années. Est-ce que c'est un terme que vous êtes confortable de dire que c'est la direction auquel on prend?
Absolument, c'est la direction. Et puis en plus, avec un investissement pendant 7 ans de conseil qui va augmenter les niveaux capitaux et les niveaux de projets qui seront augmentés dans notre communauté. Nous êtes vraiment sur un autre chemin, si vous voulez, dans notre région. C'est plus loin de mettre plutôt la force sur les abris et plutôt de mettre des logements permanents, plus stables pour les gens. Ça coûte beaucoup moins cher à long terme. C'est un fait que finalement, la province a donné le pouvoir, la possibilité de faire des décisions, mais en même temps, le budget ou l'enveloppe de l'argent provincial, c'est fixe maintenant. Donc, il faut trouver les autres solutions. C'est la raison pour laquelle on avait un plan de 10 ans et c'est la raison qu'on fait du progrès peu à peu, tous les années, comme tel.
Parfait. Rapidement, j'ai 2 petites questions. Une vis-à-vis des parcs et loisirs. Donc, on bâtit des nouveaux centres. On a vu les pressions au niveau de François Dupuis. On a vu également les pressions. Je suis au courant des pressions à Cour des Arts, à la Nouvelle-Seine, et aussi au Centre récréatif Minto. Comment est-ce que le département planifie de gérer ces augmentations-là d'espace? Parce que, à ma connaissance, ces centres-là devraient devenir durables. Ils devraient devenir à un certain niveau sustainable, parce que sinon, ça met beaucoup de pression à l'ensemble du département pour générer soit des investissements dans le renouveau des parcs ou autre. Alors, je suis curieux de vous entendre à ce sujet-là.
Madame la Présidente, merci pour la question. Pour les nouvelles installations, comme vous avez mentionné, le centre François Dupuis, déjà, on a, comme partie de la phase 1, établi en grande partie le support de personnel dont on a besoin pour gérer l'installation. On s'attend à probablement ajouter un besoin de personnel additionnel dans l'année, probablement l'année 2017, qui va demander du temps partiel, puis peut-être un autre à temps plein, qui sera probablement en grande partie supporté par les nouveaux frais de participation pour le centre, puisque le centre va avoir des espaces assez intéressants en termes de programmation, le gymnase, salle multiservice. On regarde aussi à la rationalisation de la gestion de nos centres, puis déjà depuis l'année 2012, on a fait des changements aux effectifs qui gèrent les installations, le niveau de coordination de programme à chaque installation pour essayer de réduire le fardeau de compensation qui s'applique à travers le système. Alors, on essaye autant que possible de centraliser les ressources puis de créer des systèmes de gestion qui optimisent les temps de chaque personnel. Alors, avec ça, on a pu assez effectivement avoir une restreinte sur le montant de compensation qu'on a dû demander à travers le budget. Alors, c'est pour ça que cette année, en effet, il n'y a aucune demande, malgré qu'on a eu une croissance assez importante dans la programmation, dans le niveau de service, et ainsi de suite.
Parfait. Just on numbers, page 69, I think this one's in Aaron's area. So fee subsidy and early intervention, there's $0 spent in the last year, but there's a budget of $2 million. Can you maybe just give us a bit more detail on what that's all about?
Specifically in which program, sorry?
It's page 69, it's right under the child care. I don't know if it's still on child care one, this one. Do you have it in front of you, page 69? So that Housing services. So it's in housing services, it's fee subsidy and early intervention.
And in terms of what's the...
I don't know, there's an unspent $2 million, and we're asking for... I'll get back to you on it. I don't want to waste my colleagues' time here.
Okay.
So I'll go back to that one. And the following one is on page 123. This is the fire facility equipment replacement. I don't want to sound an alarm, but to me it's weird. Every year we see an amount. It's around $500,000, probably much needed. But it'd be interesting for us to see which facility or what we're aiming to get. It gives a high level, like chairs, appliances, blinds, but it'd be nice to know in which facilities those are going in so that we can better understand those improvements. It's more of a comment than a question. I'd love to see the breakdown in next year's budget.
We can provide an overview, 45 fire stations and
I know.
Ongoing replacement of materials, that's just regular business, but we can give you that overview.
Perfect, thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Fleury. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just a couple of quick questions, Madam Chair. First of all, in terms of the accessibility issues, in terms of park equipment, I know we're mandated to provide that program, and one of my colleagues was talking about life cycle renewal. How is that act affecting the timelines on that life cycle renewal? Are we suspending that lifetime renewal period in order to provide the accessibility issues related to that park?
Sorry, Councillor, if you could repeat.
The question, Mr. Gauthier, is that in terms of the accessibility issues in a park that we are mandated to clean up or work with or improve, and there is an old structure in that park, and that structure is not up for renewal for 5 years, but there's an accessibility issue. Would that get upgraded right away, or would it still have to wait for 5 years?
Typically what we've done is integrated the accessibility compliance when we replace or renew the structure itself, just because of the volume of play structures that need to be upgraded.
So you wouldn't do the accessibility on that structure, or you would do it within that 5 years, like still wait the 5 years?
Correct. We would do it as part of the replacement of the structure, make it accessible at that time.
Thank you for that. Now, in terms of the budget implications on all of the park features that we're going through for accessibility, any number on that as to how much it's costing us annually to do that?
In terms of retrofit, during the last term of council through strategic initiatives had approved $2 million for accessibility retrofits. We've identified, again, accessibility retrofits as part of this term of council strategic initiative, and subject to those discussions, that is the funding source that we would be used to draw to be able to fund the retrofit accessibility needs. When we build new infrastructure, new buildings, new parks, those accessibility features are already built into the cost of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Gauthier. And are we looking at the provincial level of government for some support on that money that we're spending, or is that something that municipalities committed to?
Chair, where there have been opportunities for provincial funding, the city has applied to the program. There was a community infrastructure fund, I believe it was 2 years ago, where we basically applied to the government, provincial government, for park and recreational facility upgrades for accessibility, and we had some facilities that were funded through that program. So it's subject to really what programs are available through other levels of government. But other than that, there is no program specifically targeting accessibility improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Gauthier. Just to direct the attention onto page 171 in terms of unspent money going forward. There's a couple items listed by a couple of wards. The first item is under Ward 14. It's considered a CIL project, which I assume is cash in lieu of parkland money. The remaining balance is $16,000 roughly. These are all small amounts that are going back into an account. Are they going back into the account that they're coming from, or are they going back into a city central account?
They go back to where they came from. So if they were funded from cash in lieu parkland, Ward 14, that's where they go back.
Thank you, Ms. Simlick. In terms of the CIL fund, and this is a question that may not be answered today, maybe has to be taken offline, is the money in the CIL account, either ward-wise or city-wide, could that be used to upgrade some of these infrastructure that we're waiting for up to 5 years to upgrade? Could that money be used for that?
Councillor, I can tell you what I know of the issue. When Council last approved the CIL report that established the system of 60% going to ward, 40% going to citywide, they also approved a set of a policy set that would direct that. Some of that is Planning Act based and essentially directs that it must be on city property, that it must be recreation in nature, that it must enhance or provide enhanced growth-related recreation opportunities. There was one added to that list, which was that it should not be for life cycle replacement of equipment, but that isn't part of the Planning Act, as my understanding was, and I've had this discussion with Mr. Marks. This was a self-imposed discipline, shall we say, which presumably could at some point be looked at again by council, and if it was the wish of council to start looking at that and to put different parameters around it, then that would seem entirely possible.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chenier. In terms of that money, and that's where I'm concerned right now, that if council colleagues are expressing a concern in their area because a park feature needs to be upgraded or remodernized, then if there is money in that parkland CIL money, I think that should be used to upgrade that, and then if it has to be paid back through another fund from the city department, the repurposing of that money should be able to be done. And I'll leave it with our legal department to check on that, Kathy, and have Mr. Mark respond to the suggestion that you made, Mr. Chenier, in terms of the fact that we need to go back and revisit that and take a look at that. Thank you, Madam Councillor. Or Madam Councillor.
You're welcome. Councillor Brockington.
Just one quick question, Madam Chair. And can I get a status update on plans to increase funds for community gardens? I thought I had heard something with not just during the election campaign, but after that, maybe in the mayor's address, city address with respect to community gardens.
So with respect to that, we're going to be bringing back a report in the late spring into the summer, depending on our consultation and discussion with the Just Food, which is the organization that actually delivers the community garden program. I met with them last week again to go over what our plans are. What essentially was in the mayor's platform was a discussion to increase the number of gardens by 20. We're looking at what they will actually require in order to do that, as well as establish some city standards around what we need on our particular properties for when they're using for gardens. So they'll be coming back later in the spring.
Can I just clarify, is there an ongoing annual budget for community gardens? I have one that's going to need to be relocated. For example,
yes, there is an ongoing amount of funding that goes over to Just Foods to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and just one final question from me, and it's to Mr. Gontier. Mr. Gontier, just not to belabor too much the issue of life cycle in parks, but a city employee told me that on the books for 2016 there are $35 million in requests for life cycle maintenance for parks, and that we're funding that envelope at the rate of $3 million per year, meaning it would take over 10 years to deal with the 2016 life cycle parks budget. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I think the information that was provided to you is basically the backlog that's accumulated. So every year that an event is supposed to take place, if it's not funded and ends up getting deferred, and that's what we consider the backlog. So the information you were provided was essentially the sum of that backlog. Now,
so meaning if we continue to fund that envelope at $3 million, which is what we're funding, it would take 10 years to deal with 2016 alone. Is that right?
Well, assuming that is static, yes, but the funding levels right now that we're looking at for parks is not just at $3 million. If we look at the funding allocations, even in the current budget, we see that the funding allocations increases year over year, and that's in alignment with our asset management strategy and the long-range financial plan. The challenge that we have, though, is every year that we do underinvest, there's other items that are not currently on the backlog that will end up adding itself in the backlog, and that's the issue that we try to raise as part of the long-range financial plan.
Okay. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get clarification on the statement that the year-over-year capital funding is going up, because I'm looking at the draft capital budget for Parks, Recreation, and Culture in terms of the 4-year forecast, and that's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 27 million in this year going down to 21, back up to 27, and then down to 10 million in 2018. So I just wanted to make sure. I could be reading it wrong, but it's just that your statement seemed to contradict the numbers in front of me, so I just wanted to get clarity on that.
So the contribution to capital is going up every year. When Mr. Gontier brought forward his report card on the state of assets, we identified at that time that you needed to double the amount that you were spending on investment in renewal of all assets. So you basically had to go from $80 million a year to $160 million a year. And we brought forward a plan that sees us increase every year the amount that's contributed. So this year there's $5.4 million going in. It's not in this budget. It's in your in FEDCO's non-departmental budget. But what you'll see if you actually look at the page that deals with parks and with life cycle renewal of parks, which is page 141, you'll see the forecast for that particular budget. It's $3 million this year, it's $3.5 million next year, it's $4 million in 2017, it goes to $4.5 million. So it's constantly increasing every year. What you're looking at when you see the total includes all kinds of growth projects. It's not just the renewal piece.
Go ahead.
I think maybe it's the same question you had, Chair. Would it be possible to get the infrastructure deficit identified in terms of will those increases cover both the backlog and the expected costs of ongoing prompt renewal of life cycle expiry?
So the answer is, in the short term, no, because your plan has you getting to full investment, life cycle investment in a 10-year time frame. So in the short term, you do not have sufficient funds in there. We've been only doing this since 2012, I think, was the first year that we did increase the contribution to capital above the rate of inflation. So you still have 7 years or more to go of this, not having sufficient funds in here. If you want to accelerate it, that's a discussion that I think you have to have when you're at council.
Well, that's a good idea. Okay. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't realize how wide I'd be opening this window when I asked that question in the first place, but just for some clarity to an issue raised by Councillor Caudry regarding the cash in lieu process. Councillor Caudry, I've had discussions with both the Mayor's office and the City Manager's office, and there is a review of the council-imposed policy on cash in lieu spending that will be coming through the Planning Committee, and I believe the report will be coming forward in June. I'd have to be, the clerk is nodding her head, so yes, I'm right. So it will be coming forward in June as a result of those discussions.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Anyone else for any questions? Okay, good. So seeing none, we are going to go to the roadmap now, and I have a suggestion to make. I'm going to suggest that we carry it in bulk with the exception of item 2D1, which is page 69 of the Housing Services, as follows: Operating Resource Requirement, Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, and National Homelessness Initiative, because this is the item where Councillor Chiarelli has declared a conflict. So if we could ask Councillor Chiarelli to leave the table and deal with this item first. Can we carry this item? Carried. Okay, Councillor, you can come back. And can we carry the rest on consent? Omnibus, carried? Okay. And thank you very much to all the city staff. I know it was a long day, and we appreciate your time. Thank you to the committee members. Is there anything else on the agenda? Any inquiries? Councillor Fleury.
It's been a long day, so I have, just give me a second here, I'll pull it up. Sorry, the computer's slow. So the inquiries, under which circumstance can bylaw officers issue an extension to a property owner for a notice of violation resulting from a tenant's complaint? When is the extension not granted?
Okay, thank you. Any other inquiries? Notice motion? Adjourned.